This meeting to order, and I've asked Jason, our Assistant Fire Chief, to please lead us in the pledge. I'm sorry, Marnie, call the roll. I'm sorry, my fault. Get going too quickly. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mark Gregg.
Here.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin.
Here.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Here.
And Mayor Buddy Pender.
Here.
We have a
All
quorum.
right, now we can go on the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to have a quick prayer here, and we're going to have public comment next. All right. Lord, we thank you for this awesome day that you have made today. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. And we thank you for the sunshine, the rain, just everything, the environment. And we just ask a blessing over all those that are here. Lead us and guide us and direct us in all that we do. And we ask all these things in your name. Amen.
Listen, it's not like I don't like hearing your voice, but I'm hearing it twice.
Oh,
okay.
They're fixing.
I'm hearing him echo in my head, and that's scary.
hey, Vince, do we got that under control? Okay. Okay, with that being said, public comment is now open. Anybody, Marnie, we have anybody that's requested to speak?
Yes, we do. First, Van Cadenhead, followed by Sue Miller.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Van Cadenhead. We're here for a very important reason for the people of Islamorada today, and I hope you'll give us an opportunity to express our opinions as we go along in the next 3 days, because there's some very intricate problems here and that can't all be expressed in a 3-minute soundbite. And I know that you all have worked very hard to get it to this point, but it's a very complex budget, and it's very important to the people of Islamorada. And so when we go to fix the millage rate, and I understand the trim notices have already come out to the people, so that is going to be a real gasper for the most people. So I really hope that you can give us an opportunity to express ourselves to you as we go along through this. And I wish you luck. It's a really tough job, and I don't envy you at all in it. But we're with you to win it, so thank you.
Sue Miller, Lower Metacumby. Good luck. This is a really tough thing that you have to do over the next 3 days. And I will just share how much frustration I've had. I found the budget agenda online Saturday, spent most of the day Saturday, all day Sunday, and then found out that there were major revisions. So today I found the revisions, so I haven't had a chance to really digest the agenda that you got, because I didn't get it until 11 or 11:30 this morning. And that's a little frustrating to me. We have to follow the rules as as members of the public. We have to turn in things on time, or we don't get to talk, and all kinds of rules. But apparently those rules only apply to the public, because as I read your rules, you have to have the agenda items well in advance so that we have an opportunity to study them. And so I apologize that I haven't been able to study. Just as I sat down, I looked at my trim notice that is online, and my rental house taxes with three mills from the village and whatever the millage rates are at the other taxing authorities. My rental house taxes went up $4,000. Divide that by 12 and see how much it costs me for my tenants. And that's happening all over the place. If you're lucky enough to have a homestead at home and don't have to rent, you don't see what it's costing the landlords. And it's really your job to make things as affordable in this town as we can possibly get them. Affordable housing, affordability in general is one of the top priorities. The other one, traffic. And so you're sitting in the seats that have the vote, and I hope that you'll remember to vote according to the needs of our community and the people here. Thank you.
Thank you. Marnie, we have anybody else signed up to speak?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, public comment is now closed. Mr. Cole, you're going to introduce the process to us.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. First thing I'd like to mention is Comcast is experiencing some broadcast difficulties this evening. We've been waiting on them all day to fix that. They have not yet done so, at least at the last I checked about 5 minutes ago. But we are broadcasting this meeting, streaming it from the website, on Zoom, and on YouTube. If you visit the Islamorada website, there's a banner up at the top that can take you straight to the YouTube stream where you can watch the meeting live, or again, you can also watch it on Zoom. So the Comcast issue is beyond our control. We've been monitoring and trying to work through their tech support, but they've not been successful in restoring the broadcast as of yet. Perhaps it'll come up during the meeting. So procedurally, we're going to have 3 meetings for budget this year, August 21st, 2nd, and 3rd. We're generally going to follow the agenda that was published online. If we deviate from that, we'll let everyone know, of course. We would hope that come the end of our meeting on the 23rd, we will have received adequate direction to come back in time for the tentative budget with an actual complete document. That's scheduled for September 5th. And the final budget would be scheduled for adoption on September 17th. On September 10th, we will not have any budget discussion because that date conflicts with a budget discussion at the county, and we're prohibited, or at the school, I forget which it is, but we're prohibited from having it on the same day as that other governmental entity. I'd like to thank our department heads. They put in a great deal of effort into their budget presentations this year. We've done things a little bit differently. We have some new people in key positions, so they first of all had to get up to speed with financial systems and processes and procedures, including both our HR director, Jamie, and Lisa, our finance director. So when it comes to preparing a budget and making sure that the information we're pulling out of our financial systems is going to support public conversation and the board's important decisions that they have to make, we wanted to make sure it was fully accurate and vetted before we published those documents and distributed them to council. Among other process improvements, we're having department heads this year present on their individual budgets, as opposed to having, let's say, the finance director run through the budget beginning to end with a few questions of department heads afterwards. We want the department heads to be able to emphasize the importance of the allocations they're requesting, to take questions directly about those budget requests, and to put up a good defense for the ask and why we need it. So if it comes to having to eliminate anything from the budget, at least we'll understand what we're eliminating and what we would not be getting as a result of making those reductions. Because of course that's an important thing to know when we're trying to bring the millage rate down, is what are we not getting and what is the impact of that. So our staff have given some thought to that, and we'll be prepared to answer those kinds of questions as well, should that ultimately be direction from council. That having been said, I'll turn over the presentation to Lisa, and she'll work through an overview of some of the financials and some of the trends that we see that are influencing the budget, and then we'll work our way into each of the department head presentations from there, and I'll leave it up to the mayor to monitor or manage requests for feedback or questions of staff.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
Lisa, you got the floor.
All righty. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to say welcome to our budget workshops for 24-25. To me, this is a collaborative effort with both staff and council and should be both a discussion as well as a question and answer session so that we can come to a conclusion about the budget and the millage rate. We know that these are taxpayer dollars and for the citizens, and they should be spent with that in mind. So we do understand that. And we do keep that in mind as we are working on the budget. I also wanted to thank my staff. As he already said, we have worked tirelessly to get this done, and they've done a great job. Callie and Hattie are both here. Mary and Michelle both helped out, and Stephanie did a great job with the presentation. So just wanted to give a shout out to those people. And also wanted to thank the village staff for working with me to complete their budgets. We do have an excellent group of directors. They are ones you can really be proud of. They're very knowledgeable and professional, and they're looking out for the best interest of the village. So I just wanted to preface it with that.
Yeah. Hey, Lisa, I just want to say thank you because I know you guys have all been, Marnie, you, Hattie, all, Allie, everybody's been working late, and Rob too.
Yes,
6
absolutely.
o'clock.
Yes.
So
Thank you.
you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. What I'm going to do the first couple of tabs is I kind of had to piggyback off, but due to the short time that we have for since I've been here, I've only been here since June 3rd, so just a little over 2 months to take on all of the information, and it's a lot, just to get the lay of the land, to meet everybody, to understand their budgets, to understand our spending habits and that kind of thing. So, keeping that in mind and then starting on the budget, learning all of that. So it's been quite an undertaking, but, one it's very challenging. So basically what I wanted to start with was the governmental accounting. We have, as you probably do understand it, we have funds in governmental accounting. And so we have the general fund, which carries most of our departments, probably well over 80%. And then we have we have the special revenue funds and we have the enterprise funds, which act like a business type activity. So those are our funds and how we're required by statute to have them that way. And we also are required to do a budget. So that's what we're here for today. And then our goal is to reduce discretionary operating expenditures with an emphasis on maintaining an acceptable level of service for village residents. So just keep that in mind as you read through this and listen to the different departmental budgets. So they've done a great job getting prepared for you, and so I hope you'll appreciate what they've done. Let's see. And then I did also give I just gave a little synopsis of the millage and to explain that maybe to the taxpayers in case they didn't understand the process, how the millage rate's set, how much it can increase, that kind of thing. Just that's kind of a little tidbit that they have on the TRIM website. So then we'll move on to, I need to be doing this, don't I?
Tab 2.
I forgot about my thing. I told you I'd forget. Here we go. All right. The next thing was, that's the governmental funds and the proprietary funds. That's what I just talked about. Let me go next. Okay, here is our property tax percentage of total taxes by our taxing entity. So here's where your tax dollars are split from. The Islamorada Village of Islands, only 30.8% of your tax bill goes to us. Everything else goes to school district and all of those other categories that you see there. Okay, so today what we'll show, these are our millage rate scenarios that we've got for you, and let me pull my slide up here so I can see that.
So just for your information, she's following this red book. It's too small to read.
Right. Do you have it in your book? That's why I have it up on my screen. It's too small for me to read. This is not there. That's in their, their little spreadsheet that they just brought over, the little slides there, exactly. So that should be number, let me look and see what number that is. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You read it?
Tab 6. Tab 6, can you get to that one? Page 6. You got that? Page 6 on your, the slide presentation.
I do, thank you.
Okay, so can everybody read those? So these are the two millage rates that we proposed. The first scenario is the 3.0 that we agreed on at the last meeting, which is just the agreed upon maximum. So that's as high as we can go. That's not what we voted on. That's just setting a maximum ceiling limit. So under that scenario, you'll see what the adopted rate was. There's a comparison there of our adopted rate last year, which was 2.7992, the levy, what that generated, and then what the new one would generate, and that's a $3.2 million increase. And then the tax on a medium home, the medium home value in Islamorada is $1.3 million, and the way that works is it will be. Let's see if I can see that. So that shows what the actual rate was, $36.55.92, and then it would go up to $39.18.18. So it's a $262 increase on the total tax bill. So that's how the 3.0 works. And then the rollback scenario is 2.5297. And what that does, we compare there to last year's adopted rate, and that gives a 15.7 million, which is last year's. This one will bring it up to 15.9, which is only a $277,000 increase, which is really not going to give you a whole lot, but it's barely an increase there. So that also shows the impact on your tax bill. It only ends up $361 decrease. So that is an actual decrease. So we want to kind of wind up hopefully somewhere in between those in the middle. As you can see, that because the $277,000 is quite low, but I think once we show you everything that we've got, all the departments, what they've got, we can agree on something in the middle. So any questions on that? Am I going too fast? Y'all speak up.
Council?
Okay, I know, it is tiny, isn't it? That's why I had it on my screen. Okay, the next, let's see, the next one is, I've got some over here if anybody wants to borrow them. Okay, the next thing is our key changes in budget at a glance. So what we're showing here today is our total adopted budget for last year was $87,614,900. The general fund portion of that comprised of $36,493,300. So, pardon? Oh, what did I say? $36,493,300. And then on the total proposed budget for this year would be $84,811,843. And with the general fund budget being $42 million of that. So as you can see, there's a 3.2 year-over-year decrease last year. This year it would be a 15.64 increase in general fund budget. Okay, that was overall budget, and that was general fund budget. Then next we'll have Jamie will be speaking on our percentage of COLA raises. That's what we'd like to speak of. And the trends in our neighboring communities, which is what we like to compare it to because we're not really the same as the rest of the state. You kind of want to pair it apples to apples, Marathon, Key West, Key Largo, those kind of things. And then our major departmental changes, well, each department head will speak of the nature of theirs, what's increased, decreasing, and what their capital project requests are. So a couple of those examples that we have in there in the budget, the fire rescue's in need of a new engine. It's $1.2 million. Parks and Rec is really in desperate need of a pool resurfacing. There's cracks and that kind of thing in there. It's leaking quite bad. So that is a big undertaking. They plan to take about 3 months' time to do that, but we need to get that on the radar as well. So those are some key things. And then what I'll go into next is let me pull that. Status of our pooled cash and debt. So what we've got here is what our bank and investment account balances are at 9/30/23. You can see we had cash in our banks were $24 million, and our loan debt service account was $263,000. And then our Florida class last year, Maria put some money over in our Florida class, which is a local government investment pool. And she decided to move $10 million there. And that was a wise decision because we're making really good interest on that, 5.4, which is really good. So let's see. So then that shows you the rates. You'll see that on the left column is that the balance is at 9:30, and then the balance is to date as of 6:30. So that's a little bit, dated, but that's as close as we could get right now. So we have 34 million cash, and then 10.8 as far as in the investment pool. So that sort of gives you a snapshot of what we have in the bank, what we have invested. We will be moving to some of that money. We'll be putting in a different type of investment. I'm going to be speaking to an investment advisor in a couple of weeks, so we're going to work on that. Let's see. The next is our debt services fund, and that's where we pay our debt. We have, Hattie, is it 4 or 5 different? Let me go get our debt. Hang on just a second. I got the page in here. I think I do. I don't have that page in here. Anyway, this is what we have for our debt service. I think that's a slide that's coming later. Let me look here. Oh, here it is. This is what I wanted to show you. This shows our the bonds that we've got. I got to click to the right slide right here. Can you guys read that? Can you read it? You can't read. Okay, hang on.
Lisa, if we could go back to the other page, people wanted to find that in their books.
Okay.
That one there,
This
I think, is the last page of tab 3. Is that correct?
Is that the one? Huh? Yeah, you're right.
Could you go ahead, Lisa, and repeat what it is you said about that?
Oh, about the debt? About the debt or the cash and investments?
This right here.
Okay, this is the debt, and what we're doing, well, I didn't talk about that one yet. I was going to move to this one just to show you the, let me show you these are all of the bonds that we have, and what I wanted to show you there is each one, and the original principal that we had on each of those is listed, and then what our maturity date is listed, and then what our balance remaining. So the total outstanding principal is $53 million. So I wanted you to see the breakdown of that. You can look at that later if you want to. But it just shows, how many bonds. We've got 4, I believe, up there. And some of them are maturing. So keep this in mind for, future debt that we might want to take on as a result of, some of the things we might want to build. Some of those are maturing in 2026. Let's see. Yeah, the first one is, and it will be maturing 12/1/2026. So that'll be something that we can consider, as far as if we wanted to have any more debt there. Then I'll go back to the page that you were looking at. This is let me go back. Right here, debt services fund. So this shows where we actually pay the bonds. So the revenues, we don't have revenues for the debt service fund. We transfer from another fund to pay the debt, and we do that as we pay it. So we keep this as a zero balance account where we just move it in there as we make the payments, and we make 2 interest payments a year and 1 principal per year. So we move the money in there as it's needed and as we have to pay it. So that's just kind of a snapshot of what we've done there. Gives the actuals for each one, and then it gives the budget for next year. And basically, that's our amortization schedule, which you have that in your debt section of your book. It will show you each of the schedules for each of those bonds. So if you want to look there and see what our payments will be from, we have that highlighted at the bottom, what we're making for the year. So that'll help you. All righty. Yeah, tab 3 shows you if you'll look at tab 3, that does show your amortization schedules if you do want to look at those. And that's highlighted at the bottom. Can you see that at the bottom? It's the second page, tab 3-2. see that? So where it's highlighted down there, that shows you where the payment is. That gives you the principal and the interest that we're paying for that year. And see, as you see that first one, we've only got one more year, and then it'll be paid in December 1st, 2026. So each of those bonds there, if you wanted to look at that, you could see, what's owed on those, what we've paid on those. And also it gives you it's a very good snapshot of what that whole bond is about. Our interest rate on those, everything's that you need to know on that. Okay, any questions on that?
Council, any questions?
Okay. Let's see. All right, Jamie, you're up. It's time for Jamie. Personnel. No, you can help yourself.
Jamie, I believe we're on tab 4.
Tab 4, yes. So the first part is the full-time equivalents. Which way am I clicking?
To the right. Yeah, the right. The right arrow. There you go.
The full-time equivalents. So overall, we're proposing 3 new full-time equivalent positions. And each of the department leaders will come up and talk specifically about those additions to the full-time equivalents. I did want to put, even though the planning and development services does not have a net increase, I did want to just highlight the fact that the planning and development services director at one of the village council meetings in January 22nd council meeting, there was discussion by y'all moving that out of there and putting in the assistant village manager. So that's why you'll see that moving out. And then Jennifer's going to talk about the need for a planner, another planner in her department. Any questions about that? I know.
Council, any questions for Jamie?
About that particular department. You'll see in fire rescue, Terry is going to talk about a new training position that he needs for his department. So that's where one of the increases is. You'll see in parks and recreation, Maria is going to come and speak about adding another facility and recreation attendant for the park. So that's an increase in hers. And then the marina, they need another assistant dock master to help with schedules. So for full-time equivalents, we're proposing an increase of 3.
Can you hold up 1 minute? Councilman Rosenthal has a question.
Mm-hmm.
Every time you add a new employee, is that filling a vacant position, or is that something new?
These are new positions we're asking for.
And the need is?
Each of the department heads will discuss the need and the impact to their budgets when we talk at the department level. So it's increase in business, it's...
increase of business is just numbers. Yeah. Anybody can add up numbers. So last year, somebody added up the numbers. Mm-hmm. Why do we need somebody new to add up the numbers this year?
I don't understand your question.
You want to add an extra employee.
3, we're proposing 3.
Whatever the number is. I'm just trying to justify the need for an extra employee.
And the department heads will speak to those needs. So I think when we get to each of those departments, if you have specific questions for them, that would be perfect.
I'll pass, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and so our benefit providers, the increase this year is an 8.9% increase. In past years, we've budgeted at least 10%, so 8.9 is the overall percentage for the increase. Because we are part...
If we can orient them to a page in the
that's what I was going to ask.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's what I was going to ask.
Thank you,
Rob.
I'm going to go back to the staff compensation. I'm kind of jumping to... Okay. It is going to be tab 4-17. Sorry. So you'll see the increase for the benefits and insurances in the individual departments when we go through the individual departments. But overall, for our employee benefit program, it is an 8.9% increase. So that it equates to about $154,000 for the year. It sounds big, but it's a $154,000 increase. Yeah, the 8.9 sounds big, but, and that, again, you'll see those numbers in the increase in the budgets for the individual departments when we get to those. Any other questions about the insurances? No change in the health benefits health, dental, and vision benefits that we provide to our employees currently. So there's no change in the level of benefit that we're providing. It's just it's a premium increase. Questions?
Any questions for Jamie on that one?
Okay. We can go back to staff compensation now if you want, and you have any questions. I just wasn't sure if you would have questions about it. Tab 4-6 starts the staff compensation. I do not have a slide on that, so that is in your books. And if you have any questions about any of those departments, I'd be happy to try to answer, or when you get to the department heads, you can ask those questions.
I want to ask a question on the slide, and in my book, it's tab 4 at page 18. It appears that...
Jumping ahead, Mark.
Oh, are you coming to that now?
I was coming to that.
I will hold my fire. Thank you. Excuse
If
me.
anybody has any individual questions about the staff salaries.
Okay.
All right, so you said we're on tab 4, page
Tab 4,
6.
dash 8.
Dash
I can't see that number very well. It's little. It's the first of the sheets that are folded over.
That's right.
Sorry.
And it's really small.
It is really small. It's hard to print. It's hard to get everything in these books.
Need a pair of doctor's bifocals here that when they're doing surgery.
We do. We do.
Since we're all on the same page, could you just go back to what you were saying about this page, 4-8?
So the staff compensation this is a breakdown of each of the positions that are budgeted, the current salary, any projected or proposed increase. And you'll see at the top that we did put the proposed increase of 5%, and I will talk about the COLA in a minute. But for calculation purposes and projections for the budget, for the personnel budget, we just put in the 5%. It can go lower, it can be whatever the pleasure of the council is, but we just put 5% in there just to give you a number. We have to have a number at the end of the day.
So Jamie, just quickly.
Yes.
You have the individual breakout that begins on 4-8.
Correct.
And then, I'm sorry if I'm jumping ahead, but you'll explain it. 4-18 is kind of a summary.
The COLA.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, we can talk about that now, Mark, if you want to. The 4-18 is the COLA sheet that I put together. You'll see the Social Security increase, what it was last year, what it is this year, and that's at the top. And then the CPI for what it was last year. And there's 2 points of reference when the CPI comes out. It's March 30th of each year, and then again in June of each year. So you'll see a difference in those two numbers. They typically aren't the same every year in those 2 pinpoints of the year. And you see it was higher last year, and we did go with a higher increase last year based on the neighboring cities who we compare ourselves to, as well as the fact that the Social Security was higher and the CPI was higher last year. So, and an average of the 34 municipalities that we surveyed, the projected COLA was 3.6, and then there are municipalities that have a merit. We do not have a merit, so ours is a straight COLA. I guess you can combine it and consider merit inside the COLA, but we do not have a merit. So a large majority of these cities that we are comparing ourselves to do have merits. And I do have a sheet I can bring back the next time. I did not put it in your book, but it is those 34 municipalities that I compared with. And you'll see how many of them do have a merit system and the cost of living. So.
How do they relate to us in size or whatever?
So there's a few that I trigger in on, obviously the ones that are here in the Keys, and then like South Miami, Fort Lauderdale is one that we sometimes look at. There's Longboat Key. I should just look at my sheet. Lee County, obviously Monroe County, all these counties here. We could look at Fort Myers. It's the size, but it's also like the geographical location and where we would be getting our candidates from. Someone's most likely to move here from Fort Myers rather than Tallahassee. So I try to stay in southern Florida in that area to look at that, and then also the coastal communities and the cost of living around in those areas too. So there's a number of factors that go into which ones we pick. But I do have the list, and I will provide that before the budget hearing so that you have that information if you want to see it. Am I talking too fast?
If you'll explain to me the merit system that you spoke of.
We do not, the village does not have a merit system.
I understand, but what is it that we don't have?
Performance reviews.
Okay.
And that is something that we should have. With our prior HR director and with the transition, we'll be talking about that between Jamie and I as well to bring back, or bring forward rather, a performance evaluation system where you do annual reviews with people. You sit down and set goals and objectives. You measure performance in relation to those types of criteria. And you have a routine annual discussion with employees at the end of the year. And that feeds into the compensation plan. So for instance, Monroe County does have performance evaluations for their employees, and they have a base, I believe it was around 3 and up to 5.
3.4.
Yeah, 3.4 is where they ended, right. And so 3.4 and 1.6 to get you up to 5. They're probably targeting an average of somewhere around 4 or so, 4.4, given the fact that some of the people will score at the lower end, some will score at the higher end. It's almost like a bell curve in some ways, perhaps, unless they're all, heavily biased towards exceptional performers. But in theory, it would run across the spectrum of the range of potential increases, as opposed to a set cost of living.
So we're talking about a monetary evaluation.
Well, it's a performance evaluation with monetary compensation for higher levels of performance than lower. So there's a base that all employees would be eligible for, and then to get above base, you would have to have a rating that corresponds to whatever increment above and beyond that base. So you would set a baseline that all employees get, kind of like a cost of living adjustment, and then a performance bonus based on how well that employee is performing within the organization based on the goals, objectives that were established at the beginning of the year and discussed with the employee.
I'm very pleased to hear that, because for the first time, the government is following a policy of the private sector, right?
Well, I think performance evaluations in many governmental entities have been around for a very, very long time. And in fact, I would say they characterized the vast majority of my 30-year career. So it was unusual when I arrived here and found that there was not a performance evaluation system. So I had initial conversations with Ms. Engelmeyer before she transitioned to another opportunity. And Jamie and I have shared a similar interest in re-establishing that conversation and coming up with a plan that works for us locally and presenting it to council for approval.
I'll say thank you.
All right.
I just want to ask or sort of state, it seems to me what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So maybe we could impose this on members of the village council as well. Performance evaluation, but I think that's going to happen in November anyway. So just food for thought, that's all.
Do you mean, wait, could you explain that further, Mark?
Oh, I don't think I can do that here. This is a family show.
Do you mean that the council too should have some performance?
Exactly.
That's a great idea.
And I think if it's below a certain level, there's consequences.
I will point out that the last time that they did have a performance evaluation system was 2018. So there is one recognized in the employee policy. So it's not a far stretch for us to implement something that we can bring back to council that would work for us.
But doesn't it, as a general rule, and you tell me as a PR professional, doesn't that provide incentives for staff to outperform their counterparts or peers?
If done correctly, yes.
Yes, okay.
So why was that taken away? Or what?
I think it was at the pleasure of whichever village manager was here at the time, but I don't know because I wasn't here. So I can only guesstimate right.
I think that was a period of vacancy.
Yeah, I can't answer that question. I'm sorry. Okay, so any other questions so I did put 4%, originally in the staff compensation to get the number, but we decided to put the 5% in there just as the high, and what staff would recommend is something in there. But again, it's at the pleasure of the council based on the average that you see. I do not have Marathon in Key West yet. Marathon is getting ready for their budget workshops and hearings, so they were hesitant to give a number to me. So I'm optimistic I might get that before the budget hearing, but if I don't, then these are kind of the numbers I have for y'all right now.
Do you think there could be a correlation between the amount of increase and our turnover rate? In other words, at least here in the Upper Keys, many of our staff don't live here, and they travel, a lot of them from Dade County, or Miami-Dade, whatever they call it. And my concern would be that we would need to reflect that in our compensation so as to cost a little bit more to get them here and a little bit more to keep them here. And I wouldn't want to be too cheap so as to increase the turnover rate. And but I don't know, you guys are into it every day. We're on the outside, so to speak. So I would really, when the time comes to talk to it about that, if it's now, fine. But I would want to make sure that we err on the side of up instead of down. That's my personal view for later.
And one of the items that Rob and I have talked about is doing a village-wide compensation study that accounts for the cost of living here particularly, and then where are we as a baseline. So maybe sometime next year prior to the next budget hearing, we would have that hopefully completed.
Yeah, just to clarify, when Mike? Thank you. I won't elaborate on it. Thank you. Just to clarify a situation with the manager, since I wrote the original contract 2 years ago, I think you kind of followed suit this year from what I had proposed the year before. The salary for the manager is $200, not $248. I added $48 for the housing. So when you're doing apples to apples from Naples or whatever, that salary is $200. The flexible point is the housing. What's due in housing in Naples, for example, may not be the same number that we accommodate here. So when you're doing the comparison, you have to break it up. The only reason you would put the two together is for taxes. They're both taxable. So I just want to make that item clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Council, anybody else have something?
Mark, you were referring to a, excuse me, a turnover rate. I don't know if is that included, or are you requesting maybe we could get some idea, snapshot of that before we have that conversation?
Not necessarily, but we could. I just would say, in my business experience, I found it to be more affordable to pay a little bit more so as to reduce the reduction or the turnover rate, because turnover is very expensive. And even though you think you're paying more than you might feel comfortable with, in the long run, you come out ahead.
Yeah, I wonder, it would be nice to know what our turnover rate is. Maybe it's low. Maybe what we do here is amazing and we have I have no idea, but that would be really interesting and valuable piece of information for me to have to address your relevant point. So I don't know if that's hard to do.
It's not hard to do. I can add it before the next budget.
That'd be great. Before, like, while we're in these conversations over the
In the
next 3
workshop,
days.
I can see if I can get it for tomorrow.
That would be great. I think it's important to consider.
Thank you, Jamie.
Anything else on stat? I just want to point out that the 1% increase, you'll see the net difference down at the bottom. So if you want to go up or down, you can kind of see the impact. And that is that tab. Tab 4-18 has that net difference at the bottom, Mark.
We're back to we just got this brand new thing, so we can follow.
Now we can see.
Oh, you got full size.
Goodness.
They're warm still.
That was great.
And then one last thing on the tab 4-19 has the increases over the years. It has the history there. So if you wanted to look back at what we did before. And the other thing that I need to note in there is we are currently in collective bargaining negotiations. So when you look at the staff tab for the fire rescue, you'll see a 0% increase at the top when we calculated the dollars. And that's the reason why, because we are in collective bargaining.
So as we move through budget discussions, just keep that in mind, because whatever we ultimately settle that agreement for, the financial implications of it will add to whatever millage rate we're at that particular juncture. And the multiplier is for every $630,000, it's 1/10 of a millage rate.
All right, do you have anything else?
I don't think so. I thank you for your time.
So we are going to move on to tab 5, Lisa.
Yes, we are. Tab 5. Okay, this slide, well, let me go through this first, and then I'll go over what's in the book. What we've got here is that's comparable to what's in the book. It's just a graphical representation of what's in the book to show you where our expenditures by department in the general fund actually, where they're the highest, the lowest, that kind of thing. So that kind of gives you a chart there. Any questions about that?
Nope.
I do. I have a question. Is that is this typical? Is this sort of breakout?
It is. Fire rescue, usually your public works is pretty high. Well, the fire rescue portion is pretty high. If it's a city that has a fire department, yes. Because you know that the expenditures for fire department are very expensive. As we said earlier, $1.2 million for a new engine. And Terry can speak to that. He was just telling me the other day that just several years ago, fire trucks were $500,000. So they've really increased. And the other thing to consider is it takes a long time. The supply chain is still very long, and it takes 3 years now for a build out for a fire truck. So you kind of have to really plan ahead, which he does. But anyway, that just shows you, that's typical. These are typical. Just depending on the city, the size, and what, some prefer to contract things out. Some have an internal, a village attorney. Some have internal other things. So it's kind of hard to compare, but that fire rescue is usually a large part of a city's budget if they do have the fire department and they don't contract it out.
Rob, have the floor a minute.
Sure.
Just briefly, I wanted to call everyone's attention to the fact that the ones with the asterisk also have some funding that comes in from other sources. This is strictly the general fund proportion of that department's funding. So for instance, Public Works might be a little higher, fire might even be a little bit higher, but in general, at least when it comes to the general fund, this is the picture where the majority of those tax revenues are spent, that is.
Planning and Development Services. I thought we eliminated that position.
That's it.
Councilman Rosenthal, this is at the department level rather than individual positions. So what you're seeing here is for the department, what proportion of the general fund budget, the tax dollars, go to each one of these departments. We're not at the individual position level discussion yet. When the department head for that particular department comes up and presents, that would be the ideal time to talk about positions that are there, being added, taken away, that sort.
I'll read through my question. There is a department for planning and development services. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll fill in the blanks on my own. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Lisa?
Let me put my microphone back on. Next slide. I just wanted to briefly go through the projections that's in the book. It does tell you what our beginning fund balance is. It shows the revenues for this year of what we expect, the expenditures, and then the overall over or under, which we expect to be, under our revenues. And then what the ending fund balance is. So,
Can you help me understand where you're?
tab 5. Yes, tab 5. In the book. In the book.
Is the presentation advancing also or no?
It's the projections.
I would like to ask a question about a page in our tab 5. This is a question regarding nomenclature of a fund. In previous council meetings, I've made a big deal out of this landscape mitigation fund because I don't think it's a landscape fund, or if it is, it should be called something else. So I think Mr. Cole is aware of my interest here. So could we change that or clarify it or whatever we're going to do with it?
I was talking with staff, and we're trying to come up with a different name for it so it is more suggestive of habitat restoration, and that might even be the type of label we use for it.
It had a nice ring to it.
So we'll think of a label and get that changed. We get the concern about it saying landscaping, and have given that consideration. It's just not reflected here yet.
Are we on?
All right. Okay. Anything else?
Are we still on tab 5 or tab 6 now, Lisa?
That was tab 6.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes.
Could you say that again? I'm sorry. I got distracted.
We're going to
About
tab 6.
habitat. Okay,
Oh.
we're on 6.
6, yes.
Now we're on 6.
Here we go. Okay, so what this slide shows is the budgeted expenditures by department. This is also for the general fund. So this is the other one with the revenue. This is the expenditures. So what we're expending, and so that, again, it kind of correlates to each department, and fire rescue again is a large part of that. So that kind of gives you a graphical description of those expenditures.
Excuse me, so this is your projection, right? This is what you're saying you're going to increase it to? Is that what you're saying?
This is, Stephanie, do you know what this came from?
This is projected 24-25 expenditures by department.
For our budget, yes. That's what we're budgeting for the next year.
Proposed budget.
Yes, proposed. Okay. Any questions on that?
Council, any questions for Lisa?
Nope.
Okay, and the other items in tab 6 I discussed earlier that shows our, the two scenarios we have for the 3 mills and the 2.5297. Of course, those are just, a starting point, and so if there's any other millage rates y'all want to see, that's something to consider. We can put those in and just calculate those for you tomorrow if needed. So just keep that in mind as we're going through the budget, what you'd like to see. And with keeping in mind as well what Rob stated earlier, that for every 1/10 of a point on the millage rate, that's $630,000. So even 2/10 would be over $1 million already that you're cutting. So just that's kind of a starting point for you. Okay.
So excuse me, just playing with the millage numbers. I didn't do the math, but it's about a little less than 5.5 mils between the rollback rate and
Yeah.
what we, the ceiling that we have.
In the three, right? The ceiling's three, right?
Right. So just rough math, that's about $3 million, 3.2, something like that. Is that the spread we're talking about?
Right, from the 2.5297 to 3, Mark, is that what you're talking?
Yes, 2.5 and change to 3.
Yes, that was in the slide. Let me see if I can pull that slide back up.
But yes,
Was it in the beginning?
So that's our range of consideration.
Let me go back up there. I think that was it, wasn't it, right there? Yeah, here you go. This shows the rates again. So yeah, at the 3 mills, that's a $3.2 million increase. And then at the rollback rate, the 2.5297 is $277,000 increase. So that's the variance there. You're going from almost 300,000 to 3.2 million. So
Okay,
does that make sense?
yes.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, what is our current millage rate? 2.7?
7992.
That's sort of in the middle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yep. Let's see where we are. Tab 8. 7. Oh, that's where I ended up. Yeah, okay. Okay, on to the revenues. This is tab 7. We've got a graphical description here that shows where our revenues come from, the sources. As you can see on the right, the ad valorem taxes are about 35% of our budget. Intergovernmental, which covers grants, that type of thing, is 29%. So Pete does a great job in getting our grants for us, and Mary, they both do a great job with that. Charges for services is 21%. That would be mostly that is Parks and Rec. They have swimming, diving, all kind of instruction over there. There's a lot of classes that they have, and summer camps, all of that kind of thing is in there for charges for services. And then the other just smaller areas, just permit fees is only about 13%. And those are most of the big ones.
on our fines and forfeitures, it says 0. I understand Mr. Quick just had a successful code enforcement action or collection action. Is that right? Could you help us with that? How did we do? How did you do, let's say?
It was, there was some code fines that dated back to 2020, actually, and we were successful in prosecuting them and recouping. It was $66,500. So I'm not sure where they fit in terms of how they are calculated in the budget revenue, but it was happy to bring in some revenue for the village.
I understood it was your office, the village attorney's office, that was responsible for that.
That's correct. Yeah, we prosecuted it, and we did it. We were happy to bring money into the village any way we can. So
it would just make sense to me to view the expenditure for the village attorney's office in light of the revenue side, if you want to call it that.
yeah, I was going to address that when we get to our slide, but I do thank you for the kudos, Councilmember Gregg.
How much were your fees?
I don't have the exact, but it was around 10,000. So we brought in, I guess it was, I mean, obviously we're not going to prosecute something where we're going to spend more than it is to bring it in.
Like 12% of the total?
Yeah, so, but these had been pending since 2020, so we were happy to bring this revenue in that many years later.
Well done, thank you.
What was your point that we do have fines and forfeitures, so why is it 0?
Well,
I mean, a couple points. Is that the other
It was a little
point
bit more subtle than that, to be blunt. I was just trying to recognize Mr. Quick's office. There are often complaints about the fees that the village attorney charges to serve us, and we rarely recognize the other side of the coin when it turns into revenue.
I did pick
I
up
thought
on
it was
that.
appropriate to do that now.
I definitely picked up on that, but I also wondered, is it just mean that that's a negligible amount, the fines and forfeitures?
Well, I'll let Lisa speak to that, but my general feeling of it is that you typically don't budget revenue for fines and forfeitures because they're not really guaranteed to come in, and it can be very hazardous to include that and reduce your millage rate at the same time and then not realize the fines and forfeitures on the timeline that you thought. So what happens with them, to John's question, is the revenue comes in and it falls ultimately to your fund balance. Either, it's unrestricted fund balance, and when you come to year-end closeout, it helps, meet needs that perhaps otherwise would have gone unfunded. But it's not budgeted in advance. It's looked at on the tail end.
Well, I mean, when we did the guy with the cheeky hut, I mean, he ended up paying over $75,000.
There's been a couple of big ones, and, I guess maybe it's a collaborative effort between the council, the staff, but the village attorney's office is the tip of the spear to make it turn the words into dollars. So we don't often recognize that. And
No, that's it. We look at the fees, but not the collections.
Yep, that's right.
Okay, Lisa.
Okay. The other two graphs on the left side, show our revenue history for all funds, what's been budgeted. So you can see through the years as that's increased. And then the one at the bottom shows our revenue history by source, which is sort of the same as the right. It just shows it graphically what we've got by dollar. So any questions on that? Let's see.
Council, any other questions for Lisa right here?
Now, let's see. Okay, so the next portion, let me look at the next thing here. I don't think this is in the correct order.
Let's jump to tab 13.
Well, we'll go ahead and talk about, there's just a slide here about capital funding. And the reason this one's here, we wanted to talk about this before they started with budget. This slide shows our funding sources for capital, which it's not just ad valorem, that's just one portion of it. We get local government discretionary sales tax, and for the taxes that we have, we get that's one of the ones that gets estimated from EDR from the state. So that number is estimated from them. And then we have a grant there, a Stewardship Act grant, some legislative funding we get. We get TDC money, that's something that we get every year, and we ask for that in advance, and it's not always given, but it's something that we do ask for, because they have to divide that up. As my understanding for TDC money, we did get some funding for the new park equipment, for the playground equipment for the beach over here at Founders Park, but that's what they're doing. It used to be, from what Mary told me, we used to get the TDC funding, most of it just for Islamorada, but now they're allowing nonprofits to come in, so it kind of divides up the share of the money, and we don't get as much. So it used to be where we could get a lot of money, and now it's, kind of dwindled down. So that you don't want to, and interest, interest can come and go, high or low, it's anybody's guess. And then we have some transfers from other funds like the general fund and the impact fee fund. Impact fees those are another, what the building department brings in, building and planning for permits. So anything in there. And then loans, the other thing we were just going to consider, possibly a loan for the pool. That's just something to consider. And then our ad valorem taxes there, that's the other funding source. So that total is $14 million, but that's everything combined together, and then that graphically is shown on the left. Any questions about that?
Just quickly, an approximate amount for a possible loan for the pool. What are we talking about?
Well, we did look at what we've had for bonding. I'm not really sure if we would do some type of commercial loan. I don't know what other type of loans there was. I haven't investigated that yet, but based on Rob and I were discussing the bonds and how those payments worked, It would just depend on how many years are you going to finance it. The interest rates now obviously are very high.
How much is the principal?
How much?
What principal amount of the loan? What were we talking
$2
about?
million for the pool? Yeah, it's not much. That'd be relatively small, but anyway, we just put it in that pot just to see. Yeah, compared to something you're going to build, like a building, $40 or $50 million, you're talking about something small. So anyway, just any other questions on that?
I don't think so.
No?
Henry, you got a question?
Not really.
Okay.
I'll leave it alone, thank you.
Well, it's expensive to make a pool where it needs to be with all the cracks and things that are inside of that pool. And it's a big pool. It's huge, and it gets a lot of use. Maria will tell you what the usage is during the summer. It's overwhelming. So, I think that's something that we do need to consider, having that done sooner rather than later.
We need to protect our investment.
Exactly.
I don't know how long it's been since that, it's been redone before, but.
Brand new, I think.
Yeah, I mean, well, really, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, it's been a great asset to the village.
Has it been redone, the pool? Never been redone, she said.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the original finish there.
Right. And what about maybe Maria, you can come to the mic. What about these colleges that come? Do they pay to come in when they train in the wintertime here?
We have,
I'm sorry, your question?
Like, do the colleges that come here and train?
Yes, they do pay. They pay a training fee to come and train at the facility. We typically have anywhere from 8 to 10 teams that come every year.
Okay.
And actually, even more than that throughout the whole year. So probably about 13, 14.
Okay.
And they do pay fees.
Okay, that's what I thought. Henry?
And you're farming out the instructors?
Yes. And I'll be going over that in the presentation. They're under our professional services. And we have about, I think there's 8 or 9 of our contractors. And they are all contractors, they're not employees. And what we do is collect fees for all their programs, and that's how they get paid. So
You receive 10%.
correct. Yep,
Receives 90%.
that is correct. Yep.
Hey, Maria, I'd also like to say thank you, because you know how many kids that have gone through the swim program here that had got major scholarships. One I'm thinking about is Kale and Marjorie Smith's daughter that, swam that in her whatever class it was. She won the alligator swim thing, but she got a nice scholarship to California. So there have been a lot of kids that have trained under John, and we've had some really good successes here. So that's an investment into the kids that grew up here.
Oh, yes. And
Families.
John Olson has been our coach since the beginning of the
Right.
pool. And they have many kids that come through the program from 6 years old all the way to 18-year-olds.
He coached Elizabeth, does he
Yep.
still coach the Masters or not?
No.
No? Okay, I didn't think.
And I can go over all that unless you want right
Maria,
now.
I just have one quick question. When it does come time to fix the pool, given our seasonal nature, what is the best time of year, the lowest demand time of year? And then would it take a month or two, or are we talking 6 months, or?
Well, we've kind of been discussing that with all the contractors, with our swim coaches. Obviously, the summer is the busiest time of the year.
Mm-hmm.
We do have a break where it slows up a little bit from September to about December, and then we get all our snowbirds in. So we do pick up again. But I think we feel that the best time would be right after summer.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it will be closed. We're looking at, our engineers are saying about 4 months.
So when the pool's closed, would the full-time staff that are devoted to the pool be out of a job, or what are we going to do about that?
Our goal is to keep them here.
Repurpose them
employed.
elsewhere?
Well, we'll make sure they stay busy.
Okay.
Cutting grass, yeah. We've done that before through COVID, where we kept,
Multitask.
yeah.
Oh,
we
you
keep
thought
our
it, you
staff
thought it
busy.
through. That's, I'm
Oh,
just,
yeah, no,
just
we plan
curious.
on keeping them because it's hard enough to find lifeguards now, so.
Maria, hold on one second.
One short
Henry?
question, is the TDC helping with this funding?
I don't know that answer to that. Maybe Lisa can.
Well, for next year, they won't be doing that until the beginning of the year. They'll be taking applications again for that. Like I was saying for the playground, we got almost $500,000, but we were last on the list, and we got what was left over. But not to say that's a small amount, it's good. But that's just what I'm saying. I don't know. You don't know what the pot of money is going to be next year, and you don't know how many people are going to be requesting funds and the amount. So that's really subjective. It's really hard to guesstimate on
Two
it.
areas with the TDC. One is bricks and mortar.
Yeah.
It should qualify for this.
I'm not sure about that one. I'll have to check with
But we
Mary
will.
on
We'll
that one.
definitely look into that option.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely look into the option.
We got a pretty sizable amount of money for the dog park from TDC,
Yes,
didn't we?
yes, we did.
Okay, that's
It was, I think, 250,000, I think it was.
That's allocated every year anyway.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we have to put in an application for that type of funding. But if we can, we definitely will.
Council, any other questions for Maria while she's up there? Thank you, Maria.
You're welcome.
Sorry, Lisa, just.
No problem. Okay, the next slide, let's see what we have here. Okay, we have the proposed capital expenses by department. So this graph is just showing you what the requests are as far as dollar amount, breakdown by the department. These are what the requests are. They vary from 3.1 million to 500,000 for code. So, it's according to what, like fire rescue has a high ticket item of 1.2 million. So obviously that's going to be a big portion of theirs. But anyway, that's the capital expenses. And this is by department over the last 5 years. It just shows a comparison by department. It's kind of a stacked bar graph to show you what the expenditures were for each department last 5 years.
So Lisa, is the building, is that just maintenance or maintenance and repairs or something?
No, building would be our building department.
Okay,
Yeah.
building department, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
It looks like we've gone from, in the 2021 year, about 5.5 million to the projected one at, it's over 13 million.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Okay.
Yeah.
Lisa, just to confirm, the ones for 24, 25, those are all new capital projects, or the ones that were?
Yeah, that's all
All
of them.
brand new.
All new, yes. And, well, that includes all because it's 13 million. So that's just the request out there. That's not, that's just what's proposed. Okay.
Are we moving on to tab 8?
Yes, let's go on to tab 8. The next one will be, we're going to start on the departmental budgets, and we'll start with the village council. John, would you like to go ahead? I guess we can go, well,
No, council being council and the,
Here, I don't see.
let me look and see where we are. You're right, that's not,
On which tab? Tab 8,
village council's Marnie.
okay.
We're on tab 8, and that village council is Marnie. My apologies.
John, do we, I mean, it can be the will of council.
yeah, I mean, generally at workshops, you don't have individual items because we're trying to work through for you to make these business decisions. Obviously, there's general public comment. There's also going to be comment at the budget hearings, but it's the will of the council. But, generally, this is a workshop for you guys to work through your decisions.
Okay, all right. How does council feel? Because I mean, this, normally we have it in the beginning and we don't on each tab during a workshop.
I'll
So,
say yes.
Mark?
Here, fine. Yeah.
That's 2.
Yeah, I don't mind either. There's a lot it looks like there's a lot in tab 8. So are we having what is the process for how you're going to walk through tab 8? Are we
Each department will address their budget.
And then we'll discuss.
Okay, so do we want to have public comment in the beginning? Sure. Okay, all right, so we'll open public comment. On this particular tab right now, I don't.
On tab 8, yes.
Since I've been here, we've never did public comment in a budget workshop that I know of.
I just want to ask while we're waiting, this one has a contingency factor, I would say, doesn't it? Because there is a ballot amendment potential to increase the amount of the compensation. Am I correct? Did that stick? Or no? Yes.
Yes, there was an increase in council compensation to take it up by $500 a month, right? Correct, if I remember correctly. Was it 1,000 to 1,500? So
That'd be a 30,000 swing, is that
yeah,
right?
so there would be an adjustment depending on how the voters, although I can ask Rob or Lisa if that was factored in or not. But.
Marnie, in preparing the village council budget, did we account for that, or is that an item that we wait for the outcome?
Well, Lisa and I did talk about it because there was the potential for that increase. I don't recall whether it's been, if the.
With it being a swing of $30,000, it would
passes
probably
November.
come out of unrestricted fund balance, and that would not make a meaningful impact if we
Yes,
had to implement it,
I thought
rather than budgeting for it and approving it yourselves with a vote from the electorate coming. We would prefer not to budget it, let the vote happen, and we would have the ability to cover that should it be approved by the electorate.
Would that be messaging that we should maybe not vote in favor of that, or no? That's a rhetorical question, just a little fun.
Okay, all right, Elizabeth, go ahead.
Can you talk about, I don't know who to direct this to, but can we just talk for a second about this process? So we're going to be talking about each department, but I would imagine that we're not asked to make a decision about each department until we see the entire picture, right? So this is we're just listening right now.
Discussion.
And
Right.
asking any questions you may have along the way.
Sure.
Okay, we okay with public comment now?
I am.
Okay. All right, come on, Van.
And this is for all of tab 8.
What's that?
This is for all of tab 8.
Okay.
Yes. Tab 8 has 6 departments being discussed. I only want to discuss.
Marnie, do we have anybody else that has asked to speak?
Van and Sue have signed up for this tab.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg, for bringing up the addition. You guys are making $1,000 a month now for a $60,000 total for the council. And if you're making $1,500 a month, that's a considerable chunk of change that should be considered in the budget. You know, I would like to see both options available for the public to look at. And I appreciate you bringing that up. And also on the village attorney department, I'm seeing here the attorney, this year the budget was $630,000 and $500, and the proposed budget for next year is $755,500, which is an increase of $125,000. Now, if we were to put out an RFQ for an in-house public attorney, I think we could come sufficiently under $755,000. So if the council is amenable to considering that when they put $755,000 into the budget for Weiss Sirota, an increase of $125,000 a year, I think that's an appreciable increase that I don't really, without knowing how many cases we're going to get next year that needs outside litigation help, I think we're much better suited. Before we got rid of Roger Bryant, he served here as our in-house attorney for 10 years, and I think saved us a lot of money over those 10 years. And since Weiss Sirota has been back, because they were our initial legal representation when the village was first incorporated, they were found to be very expensive, which is why we got Roger Bryant. So I'm thinking that you should project ahead into the the next cycle, $755,000 with an increase of $125,000 over what we have this year. I just thought I'd brought that up. Thank you very much.
Okay. Sue, were you wanting to speak? No? All right, so public comment is now closed. But I'd like to say one thing that Van just brought up. Roger subbed out a lot of stuff that I don't know if when you're talking about Roger's salary compared to when we got into litigation on different things, there was always attorneys being brought in, several attorneys being brought in. So I want the general public to understand it wasn't just Roger's salary that you look at whatever the litigation or whatever firm was hired for the litigation was in addition to Roger's salary, okay? As well as he got the FRS money on whatever it was, 32%, okay, of the salary. But go ahead, Rob.
Mayor, just to expand on that ever so slightly, when Village Council does their presentation, you'll see that there's a comparison of attorney's fees, and that comparison takes into account fully loaded salaries. It takes into account that there was an administrative support person. It takes into account that we did sub out contract work to others. So you should be seeing pretty close to an apples to apples comparison. And we can talk about that a little bit when we get to that part of the presentation. But I wanted to affirm that, yes, you're right. There's other costs to consider.
He did have an assistant, full-time assistant as well.
So. I can't resist the opportunity to weigh in as one who has done what the village attorney does for a living, and that is a failure to recognize the quality of the work. And I'm not saying anything bad about John's predecessor. He did a fine job for us. However, he was not a member of a very large law firm with a very deep and a very broad background of experience and talent and different subdivisions of the law, subsets of the law, from taxes to labor law, to land use, government stuff, criminal law, I mean, everything. And that is at our fingertips. Absolutely. And so I think it is a gross mistake to simply look at the numbers on the bottom of the line without giving some consideration to the quality of the services that we receive, not to mention just the sheer convenience. And you can call John and ask him any legal question under the sun, and if he doesn't know it, he'll have it for you, usually in less than 24 hours, sometimes less than an hour. So I get a little fired up when I hear people picking on the village attorney, and you know, he's not perfect. They are not perfect. None of them are. I was not. But when you consider the quality, please consider the quality of what we're getting. This is a sophisticated world out there. There are hungry lawyers who want to take a shot at us. John's firm has dealt with them, and they deal with them every day. And an in-house guy, you know, it used to be, you know, jack of all trades, master of none. And Mark, it doesn't work like that.
That a lot of the insurance companies hire people from Weiss Sirota to defend us. Yeah. I just came from a Florida League of Mayors Board of Directors meeting. Talked to many mayors, and you know what? $250 an hour is, I mean, I heard some of what their cities are paying per hour, okay, in the state of Florida. And it's more than Weiss Sirota. So
that is another side of the coin. It is they charge a ridiculously low legal fee per hour. And you know, some of the litigation that is at a higher rate because that's a different kind of work. That's in the trenches. That's, you know, that's a hazardous duty pay, you might say. They're in battle. But what they do day to day, it's probably a lost leader. I don't know, but it's ridiculously fair.
Are we on this? Could you help me understand where we are on the agenda? Because it seems like we've jumped ahead.
I hijacked it.
You hijacked. Thank you. Oh, you did. Okay, so can we just get back on track so that we can get through it?
We were speaking because that's what Van brought up in public comment.
Well, usually we don't respond to public comment. We just listen to it. But anyway, thank you.
After public comment is closed, if we want to comment on it, we can.
I'm sorry I couldn't restrain myself.
I know. Thank you.
Okay, Henry, go ahead.
Anyway, Roger was now a litigator. Do you consider yourself a litigator?
I was for about 15 years. I mean, honestly, as your day-to-day city attorney, I cannot litigate. There's just too much village work, but I have litigators, obviously. But I was for a long time. I'm a recovering litigator.
I'm not looking at you, you understand? Just a question.
Let me again say that the value of the legal advice that you get from someone who has spent so much time in the courtroom is very different than someone who sits behind a desk all the day. And John has that, he is battle tested, and he knows the other side when you walk in the courtroom door. So I thank you for that.
So, Lisa, you can have it back, and I will just say, I want to say, John, before we go to Lisa's, the Glenn property, okay, what did they want for that? I mean, they wanted big money for that. $3 million. And his firm worked with them and got it down to $650,000 for 90 acres. So what's that worth? Okay, with somebody that, okay, so, you know, anyways, Lisa. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
No one is contesting the worth of John Quick. But we want to try to stay on our agenda. So like we get this opportunity to give him accolades in the very near future. I would just request that we carry on with our agenda.
Okay, that's okay. We are carrying on. We just, when something is challenged or said something about, we have a right to have, we have the facts that have happened here, and we have incorrect facts that we are allowed to state. Okay, I happen to be a facts person on everything, and I think that was, Mark, you know what? Thanks for bringing it up too, okay? All right, Lisa, go ahead.
Okay, we're going to start with Village Council, so Marnie has the floor.
I actually don't do these numbers, but I am responsible for some of the expenditures. The council is kind of a hodgepodge of different departments being responsible for different things. So you will see, let me get, okay, in their budget highlights here. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, excuse me, there is no other slide. Okay, so on the general fund, yeah, sure. Yeah, if you've probably got more.
I'll go ahead and take that one on for her. So the Village Council is, this graphical representation up here gives the spending history of the council from 2021 through 24-25. So as you can see there, most of the expenditures is probably in professional services and PR and advertising. That's where most of the council expense is. And in your binder, it does show you the breakdown of each different source there and what's spent on those sources. So basically their budget will go from $490,989 to $497,770. It's actually going to decrease a little bit there. And then the overall is $555,579, which is our projected for this year, to $555,370. So obviously, if we did the raises as you were discussing, if there's, that could change it and make it a little bit higher. But right now, we just are leaving those as is.
Yes, I think in summary, the Village Council's budget is about 11.74% year-over-year decrease. When you look at what are the key drivers of that, one of the things I'd like to highlight is we used to have social media and web services and a firm that helped us with communications. Stephanie Rodriguez, we brought her on board as the assistant to the village manager, and not only is she filling that same role and position in combination with Frank in our AV office, they kind of work together to meet those public information and education campaign needs. We're saving $75,000 on the contractor. We have our staff inside. That $75,000 savings is part of what you're seeing in the 11.74% decrease. I'd like to thank our staff for helping to address those needs in a much better way in terms of our fiscal exposure for having the services completed, because those personnel that have eliminated the $75,000 from this budget also do a lot of other things, not just communications, but IT work in the case of Frank, help desk support. We have Stephanie working on a variety of projects, including helping to prepare the budget, helping to prepare the presentations we have. So we're getting a lot of value out of the employees and saving money at the same time on the net budget. So If there aren't any questions about specific items, I think that pretty much covers council's budget in whole. If we do get an increase in council salaries, as we mentioned earlier, we'll pull that out of reserves, and it won't be a problem to accommodate.
Elizabeth, you had something you want to say?
I do. I just, we have the opportunity to revisit holiday lights, and that's always a hot topic, but I see that it's here. I would just say that it does kind of pain me to spend that much money on holiday lights, and this does not need to go like big and long, and maybe, I just would suggest that we roll it back because it's just so much money.
I would like to mention, I would like to do that as well, but I believe we stuck ourselves with a 3-year contract.
3-year, I think, yeah. Wasn't it 3 years? Do you guys know?
I'd have to look at the Christmas contract. I'm not sure right off my head.
Could we, since our manager doesn't know, do you have any interest in giving direction to revisit that? And if we can break it, then break it.
Patty did say this will be the last year of that contract.
I think the penalty isn't worth the pain.
Okay, thanks. Let's move on.
Up next is John, our village council, or our village attorney, sorry.
I had one other question on that. So is the travel and per diem for everybody in the whole village?
No, just council.
$22,000 for us? I didn't go anywhere.
Yes.
Who's been going places? Oh, we went to Tallahassee. Yeah. Oh, that's right. That was so fun. For that.
Just 4 of us, because she stayed home.
All right, so I'm next up, or I guess first up amongst non-village council. So as Councilmember Gregg mentioned before, I'm happy to report that we were successful in recovering $66,500 in outstanding code fines that have been pending for almost 4 years. We worked with the then manager at the time about potentially going after this was for illegal vacation rentals, and potentially going after them to recoup them, because I think the value is twofold. One, obviously, is the funds that come into the village, but 2 is there's a deterrent factor in terms of if you're going to be doing illegal vacation rentals. The village is serious. We are going to come after you, and we are going to come after you for the fines. So, we hear a lot of talk, and the council has discussed a lot about the issue of illegal vacation rentals. So this was a means of potential deterrence for that, as well as to let other people who have outstanding code fines know that the village does expect to be paid for those. So it was, I think that it was a good result all around because it resulted in funds as well as some secondary benefits to the village that will hopefully be borne out in the coming years. The proposed budget for this year, we put it at $750,000 because I would like to come in under budget. My goal is always to come in under budget. But the reality is that we know that there are going to be some legal expenses that we just can't get out of that are going to be coming up. We have the collective bargaining agreement with the union is coming to an end. We have to negotiate with the union over the collective bargaining agreement, and those are expenses that we have no choice about. There are a number of increased litigation matters that have come in over the last year. There were, at one point, there were open 15 litigation matters during the year. I believe there's 10 that are currently open. So some of them are covered by insurance, which is great. We're always happy for insurance to cover it because that means that the village isn't paying, at least out of its general fund. But some of them are not. And so we know that there are these litigation matters that we're going to have to deal with, and we have to defend them. The village has to deal with that. So, looking at what the budget was for last year and where we are, I felt it best to come in with a larger number in an attempt to hopefully come under that. But I want to be realistic with the council because, we do face a number of issues that we have to defend against, and that the village has no choice but to protect the interest of itself and the residents of the village. So I wanted to be realistic about it as well. This year, We came in over budget. I think that there are a number of circumstances that resulted in that. First and foremost is we were without a permanent manager for 8 months. This fiscal year, we have had 5 different people sit in the manager role. I am thankful we have a permanent manager now, and Rob and I have spoken about ways to ensure, to be sensitive to the legal budget and to make sure that the village is protected while also being sensitive to the costs, and that's something that he and I are committed to going forward. But the reality is when you have 5 different people sitting in the chair, Councilmember Gregg, you mentioned it earlier about personnel. Turnover is expensive, and we had those turnovers, but the village has to keep moving forward. There are contracts we have to comply with. There are services that we need to provide for our residents. And, there are people who, when you have that turnover, there are people who are constants that are continuing moving that forward. And I've been lucky enough to be one of those constants at the village, and I hope to be for many years to come. The other was, I was appointed to be the liaison with the wastewater audit. So that was kind of an additional thing we weren't expecting. We went through it, and but just little things here and there. But I mean, obviously, the biggest thing I think that really contributes to the amount this year and projecting forward, has to do with the litigation and then the turnover with the manager during this last fiscal year. Hopefully, like I said, my goal is always to come in under budget, and if I can bring in revenues like I did this year to make my, even though it's not accounted for in the cost to the attorney, if I can limit the amount that you have to pay for the attorney through recovering revenues to get as close to being revenue neutral as I can, that's always my goal. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I know that the 5 of individually, I've spoken to the 5 of you throughout the year, and there are a number of things that that we have addressed throughout the year, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Council, anybody have any questions?
I want to say a couple things, and it may require a response, but I think it's very important I know we recognize this, but for the public to understand that the bottom line that you see on the expense for the village attorney is a direct result of what starts right at this table, because it works very much like an airplane. There's a pilot and there's a navigator. We give instructions about where we want to go, how far, how high, how fast, and John is the pilot that takes us there. We control the throttle. Do you want to go far and fast, or you want to go slow and short? And so we control that, and we put that in his hands, and he gets the result. So I think it's really important. If you want to lower those fees, then let's just settle every case that comes through the door, and he won't have much work, and that amount will go down. It'll be like a seesaw, because it'll go up somewhere else, probably a lot higher. But I just think it's important to understand how that part of it works. The other thing is no one has mentioned, and it rarely gets mentioned, is, John is always playing, he's prosecuted a case, we got us $60,000, $66,000, but no one gives value to the defensive side. We get so many threats, letters, challenges. The greatest one that I've ever seen is we got this really nasty challenge from Mr. Glenn's claim. And he had a very, very, very good lawyer who was an experienced eminent domain lawyer, where they go after the government for taking people's property and getting a lot of money for it. That started out as a claim for $3 million. It turned into a closing for $650,000. Magical. You don't see that happen every day. But no one gives credit to the lawyers that make that happen. I see it, I recognize it, and I'm thanking you again right now for doing that. But there are so many other letters, threat letters, we're going to sue you, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. They respond, a lot of them just fade into the ether, and we never hear from them again. And we don't file lawsuits, or we don't get involved. And think of the money that's saved there. So once again, I'm telling you, if you're going to want to put an in-house lawyer in here, you got to value I won't be here, but think about the quality of what you get for what you pay. And then I'll stop saying. If you want to comment on that, any other great victories you would like to, now's your time. You're in the spotlight. Please let us know those.
Yeah, and I won't get into specifics, because there are I don't want to invite them coming back, but as Councilmember Gregg indicated, and you may not even have been aware, but the village does get demands on a fairly regular basis, and we respond to those demands, and there are a number that have not materialized, and we are very happy with that. Like I said, I don't want to necessarily get into specifics because I don't want those people to start calling back.
Henry, you got the floor.
That $250 an hour, does that pertain to your cohorts in your company?
Allison and everything.
It does. It's $250 for everyone. Yep.
And if those of you are looking in, I'm looking at the number, that's like $60,000 a month. That's what it is.
Yeah, roughly, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Elizabeth?
Yeah, thanks. Mark, I appreciate your vigorous defense of our attorney, and just, just to be clear, this is not about John and his this is not about personalities. This is about the Department of Legal Affairs, and when I'm hearing you say it almost suggests that we either have a lawyer or we don't. It's all or nothing, and I think that. No one is arguing that we need legal counsel. Like, that is absolutely 100%. And lawyers do these things. They defend. They're proactive, and we are thankful for legal lawyers everywhere. Some more than others. Not you. I mean, this is not about you and your personality. But with that, I think there's some interesting conversation that we should be having with at this time. One. Weiss Sirota has provided a lawyer as an interim. So we have been acting under this interim basis, right? And I think that there's an opportunity here, since we're having our budget, to talk about how we can create a permanent, sustainable scenario. And I know that there is something between an in-house attorney and what we currently have. And I wonder if we can maybe even ask for some scenarios to be brought back. Perhaps Rob and John can talk about some options, some alternatives to how we might employ the Weiss Sirota. Additionally, I think it would be interesting to talk about scope of services. John mentioned that we had lots of turnover, no manager, and what I've sensed and we've discussed is that we've put a ton on his plate, things that I have a feeling wouldn't have been his task had we had more consistency in management. But I think we've also, as a council, continued to ask him to get very involved in jobs and tasks that he actually shouldn't be really involved with. I mean, there are other people who can be doing these things, and we are asking him at his high rate, and I'm just going to not use your name, so this is not about you, at the Weiss Sirota rate to do things that other staff can do. And I don't know, again, this might be something that we request come back in the next couple of days. Maybe we talk about a scope of services. So, and we also have an opportunity to talk about bringing in other employees and staff. And I think there might be some analysis that would be helpful as we think about what are we asking our legal department to do. And I don't know if anyone has any comments on that.
I'd like to say, just as an example, with this medical director situation the other day, we had to act fast, okay? There's no question about it. And John got on the phone with Monroe County because we share the same as Monroe County with their attorney, and you got to have somebody that, and Rob, I went and sat down with Rob, and Rob said, Tallahassee we were under the pressure, but they gave us till Tuesday when all this happened. So we can't, you got to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not in any way suggesting that we have a responsive attorney. It is amazing. But what I'm talking about is saying this is an opportunity to think about how we get away from this interim scenario and create a sustainable relationship. And so what I would ask is I think there are a couple ways to work through this, and I don't know, maybe Rob, you have some comments on how to move from an interim scenario to something permanent. And again, I think a lot of people are looking at this bill, which is close to $1 million. And the constituents are looking at that and saying, wow, that's pretty amazing. Do we need to put an RFP out to compare services? Like, maybe this is the going rate, and it would be helpful to know that, right? Maybe we create an employment relationship where we put a cap on fees paid, and after that there is, negotiation. And again, maybe Rob has some other ideas which you could speak to on how it works in other environments. This is not in any way saying that we don't need legal services. That's not.
I understand. Let's give John a chance to speak because we're still on the tab.
Yeah, first I want to address, there's a couple things I'd like to address. First, I want to address the fees. I mean, Councilwoman Jolin, you said that it was close to $1 million. I mean, the number says 764. So I want to be clear. I mean, that's quite a roundup from 764 to $1 million. So, that's the number that we're talking about. In terms of this interim versus permanent, frankly, the setup that we have with all of our cities, you can fire us whenever you want. So we're effectively interim all the time. We were brought in on as the interim attorney. I'm happy if the council would like. I'm happy to bring back on September 10th a resolution that says you're the permanent attorney. But again, it's going to be the same setup. It's going to be an employment agreement, or not an employment agreement like you have with an employee where, if you terminate them for anything less than cause, you're going to have to pay them out X amount of dollars. It's going to be our typical retainer agreement, which is, you can terminate us and, we'll leave, but we're happy to stay as long as we can, and we hope to stay as long as we can. But yes, if the moniker of interim versus permanent is an issue, I'm happy to bring back a resolution that says we are retaining him as the permanent village attorney. It won't change anything in terms of the work that needs to be done, in terms of the work that we do, and it won't change our retainer agreement. But we can change the moniker. That would be fine.
I'm not concerned about the moniker. I'm just suggesting that it's fiscally responsible to take a look at these fees versus other
well, I can
firms,
tell you,
and also compared to other towns of our size. Is this reasonable? And I think that some fiscal responsibility is important.
Well, it is, but you have to deal with the legal issues that face you. And the keys are in a unique scenario, being in an area of critical state concern. There are extra layers of governmental oversight that you have to deal with. There are extra steps that the village has to deal with on the legal aspect, that you can't just pluck a city of similar size from Central Florida and say, let's compare it with that city. It just doesn't work that way because of where we are and the extra layers of government oversight we have to deal with, and the extra statutes that we have to deal with that, frankly, somebody from Central Florida wouldn't have any idea about, and you could get yourself in very real trouble if you're not in compliance with those laws. I'm not sure about the structure that you're proposing, where there is a cap on fees and then there's some sort of negotiation after the fact. I mean, the issue you have with that is, what if you can't come to an agreement? Who's doing your legal work? I mean, so when the issue that comes up about the medical director, like on last Friday, that if you've reached this and you don't have an issue, you're calling me. I mean, I don't have a contract with you at that point because you've capped out. You don't have a medical director. You're in violation of state law. What are you going to do? Instead, we were able to turn around. Rob and I were on the phone for however many hours on Friday, and we got it turned around within 8 to 9 hours. Got it all dealt. No issues. Bow tied. Moved on. And then because I have my bullpen behind me, all of the other work that needed to be done for the village got done while we were sidetracked on this one large issue. We've had other issues like that have come up, frankly, recently, in terms with use of property, of some issues dealing with environmental aspects of related to FKAA. We were able to, again, Rob and I sat down. We devoted most of a day and a half to 2 days to that, but the additional work continued moving on. And I think you lose that if you're talking about moving to an in-house, or if you're talking about limiting. I mean, your legal is your legal. You have to deal with it. Whether it's me or somebody else, you've got to do it. And whether it's in-house or whether it's outside, you've got to deal with it. And if your in-house person can't handle it, and in those scenarios or in the litigation scenarios, he or she wouldn't be able to, you're going to have to pay somebody for it. And honestly, $250 an hour, I'm not aware of any other cities that we have that are that low. All of our other cities have a 3 in front of it. And in terms of private clients with litigation, with the land use, Mark, with the Glenn property, I'm sure that they were charging $800 to $1,000 an hour. I know what I would charge my private clients for that. It is not $250 an hour. It's not even close to that. So you're getting the professionals that do and can represent private clients at a significantly discounted rate. Next week, there were questions about takings cases. You have your BPAS workshop coming up, BPAS workshop number 2. I have a partner, all she does is takings. That's what she does. That is what she does all day, every day. God bless her for it. She loves it. God bless her for it. She's coming down for that. And she is going to be here to talk about that, to answer any questions. But that's a level of expertise that you just don't find very often and is only available amongst a select few within the state. So those people are at your disposal. And again, at the $250 an hour rate. So I'm happy to be called permanent if you'd like.
We're good. Elizabeth, go ahead. You got something else?
I think my last question, which was then directed to John, was to ask Rob for some reflection on how to potentially help us think through how to be fiscally responsible as we look at a very large bill here as an organization. So I don't know if you have comments on that. I imagine you might.
Okay, so Rob, let me say something here.
Wait, that's a question. I want the answer to that question.
This is a workshop that we're trying to get through. Are we going to put this on the agenda for the next council meeting?
This is a discussion, and I want the answer to that question.
Okay, are we okay with that?
He wants an answer.
Okay, go ahead, Rob. Excuse me, Elizabeth. You know what? You were just looking at me and about John. We had to give John an opportunity to speak. Yes. And I know you maybe that wasn't the answer you wanted to hear, but go ahead, Rob.
Just looking for an answer to my question for this discussion.
Okay, but we are on the village attorney tab. Excuse me. Thank you. Go ahead, Rob.
Sure. Well, John and I have talked a few different times about how we can try to reduce the amount of attorney's fees that we're paying. Sometimes I'll say, hey, John, you really don't need to do that. And he'll say, Rob, I didn't even charge you the hourly rate for that. So I'm looking for an opportunity to save money. And in fact, in that particular instance, most recently, it was exactly that, where I said, next time, let me do that so we don't have to pay the hourly rate. So we're working back and forth. Sometimes he's doing things that he's not charging us for. Sometimes there may be an opportunity for me to do something or any of our other staff. And John will let me know that opportunity exists and we can reduce fees that way. I think Elizabeth may be referring to a conversation John and I had at one point about whether we might have an arrangement where there's a set retainer for general municipal law and then hourly rates for specialties after that. I think John may have gone back to his partners, and that's a very difficult thing for them to try and figure out and not lose money on, right? I've seen it in other places. It can be a complex agreement to establish and then to monitor, and there's risk involved in it. So to the extent that John and his firm are not comfortable with that kind of arrangement, and I suspect they're probably not because we didn't talk more about that afterwards, I think the council is pretty much in a point where you decide, do you like the robust services that we're getting from Weisserota? Is the level of pay that we're putting into that contract worth the bang for the buck? In other words, they're, one, shielding us from lawsuits. They're, two, they're recovering funding. Three, they do have a deep bench. Four, they are very accessible. So there's a lot of things that work in their favor. And I think I've heard all of that from council, and I've heard John speak to it himself. So bottom line, if I were looking at ways to save money, it's he and I working together. Is it conceivable that if there were a base retainer for general municipal services that it could save money? It could. It may not. It depends on what else is not included, and that in and of itself, getting to that point of what's included in general municipal law versus not would take some time and effort to even play that out. And even once we did, we wouldn't be guaranteed to save money per se. It might make billing easier for us all, but apart from billing, I can't say that doing that would save money in our legal fees. So much of that said, there's really not a clear path to saving money on legal fees per se, there's an alternative model. And, you know, if council is interested in RFPs, you can do that kind of thing, but that would be a direction of a majority of council to pursue that option. I think in general, we've been served well by John and his team, and the performance that we've observed has been commendable in many areas, including, you know, the diversity of expertise that they have available to us on short notice.
I'd like to hopefully put a bow on this at the end. I would like to see a resolution for you to be, your firm to be our permanent law firm to represent us as village council. And we can have that discussion on the dais. I don't want us to make that decision here unless all 5 of us want to do it. I would. But it's a good conversation to have, you know, and I think John and his firm deserve a consideration for that because they've been here since whenever Roger left, faithfully, beyond the call of duty. I mean, there's no one that's complained about the quality of the service. And if you really want to save money, just stop giving them the work. It's all in our control. You don't need to negotiate a retainer agreement. You just look at an issue and say, we don't want to spend any money on that. John, make it go away. And they'll do it. We'll write the check and it goes away. But if you want him to get in the ring and duke it out and put on a good front for us and represent our best interest and save us, that's what they do. That's what they're good at. And that's why they're as successful as they are. I think we're nuts to change, but if that's what you want to do, I think we should talk about it so everyone can become as comfortable and as supportive as I feel.
I mean, I appreciate the last part of it because you are very comfortable with your knowledge, and I think certainly I want more information. And I love the offering that you make, which is we all should be as comfortable. And what does that look like? What are those steps that we take? I mean, I'm not sure what the fear is in putting out an RFP. What else is out there? Just so that we can compare. And so maybe some, you know, who knows what we come up with, and that would, if that would move us into a place to say, wow, we've made a decision based on all of the information, but we really don't have that. And I'm a little like when someone is so vigorous about their defense, it's like, what am I missing here? I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, what's the problem with bringing more information to the table, or even potentially having a scope of services that would require, if we put an RFP out, that we write out what is it that we're expecting this person to, this entity, this firm to do. I mean, again, we need a day that could change, Elizabeth. We don't know. I'm saying generally, I'm saying like our lawyer doesn't do our planning work. Our lawyer doesn't do our, our coordination of X, Y, and Z. Our lawyer does our legal work. It's something written out.
I think the list could be, tell the lawyer what not to do, because they do everything, and they're willing to do it, and they do it without batting an eye. And as they were saying, both John and Rob, I personally have had experience where they spend a lot of time with me, John in particular, and we never get a bill for that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the things I'm very puzzled by this defensiveness about looking at all of our options. I mean, and that's strange. That is unusual.
Let's look at them. Fine.
Yeah,
Well, it's not unusual when you're coming after me and you're coming after my job. That's not unusual. I would expect anybody to defend themselves for the hard work and the hard hours that I have put into this village.
I'm not asking for you. I'm asking as an entity to be fiscally responsible and look at our options.
It is me. I mean, you can say for all you want that it's not personal, but I'm the one
you're taking this
here.
Personally. It is not. It is that we are hiring a law firm that's charging $755,000, and why?
Thank you for using the correct number this
You're
time.
welcome.
I appreciate it.
And what the one person here who's spoken up and said he's very comfortable with this employment arrangement has all of the information he needs. I don't, and I'm sitting here on the dais as a equal member. I don't know if Henry has all the information, and perhaps when we bring that forward, maybe we will say, you know what, you're right. This is not personal, and I'm sorry that you're taking it that way.
I'm not sure what more information I can provide you without
can't.
disclosing
You
of legal.
can't. It's not for you because you are currently employed for us. It's an RFP. What else is out there? How does this compare? How do your services compare? That's what I'm requesting.
It's not like hiring a plumber. This is a relationship. It's not just a service with a bill. Okay? He's building on that over time. He gets to know us. I'm sure there's mutual affection. I mean, we care about him and his family. He cares about us and ours. I mean, it's an all-in situation.
If this group doesn't want to go down the path of fiscal responsibility, that's fine. We can maybe bring it up later.
Well, I can just tell you this, and I've told John about this. I just came from the Florida League of Mayors Board of Directors, and we had a dinner with probably 70 mayors, okay? And I had many mayors come to me and said, we would love to hire Weiss Sirota. I mean, I put him on the phone with one of them, okay?
Great, great.
But because, you know, I mean, everywhere I go, I hear, oh, Weiss Sirota's even at the wildlife corridor or any of these things, man, they are covered. Okay. So anyways, I think we need to move on.
Can you two talk privately and maybe instead of letting us just go crazy here or me go crazy?
Absolutely.
I don't think she means it personal.
I don't think so, but I think you're curious. You want to know more. You know, if I was going to hire a fishing guide, I would want to know more from you because I don't know anything about that. But I was a lawyer for 20 years, and I see what he does, and he's very good at it.
Yeah,
and I don't want to lose him.
The analogy to fishing guides is actually not a good one. This is because
It's a profession.
we aren't doing here is employing that firm individually. We're doing it for the town. And when the town is looking at this bill and looking at the services and looking at how this town functions, there are a lot of questions. I just don't understand why we wouldn't, just for the sake of transparency, which again, it's okay if you're not on that plane, that's all right. But in my world, let's have the conversation, let's explore our options so we're all comfortable with that and move forward.
Okay, so my question is, Elizabeth, you just said a couple things. I thought the voters put us here. They voted us in to represent them, okay? That's the way I feel, okay? And we try to do the best we can and give the best representation to the residents of Islamorada. And you know, I think the case, what Mark is saying is sometimes you pay for what you get. Right. We could have suits that we don't win and could cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I understand how the law works, buddy. I understand the role.
I just don't think you understand what a good lawyer is until you've had a bad one. When you get your ASS kicked in court, then you get a huge bill and you got nothing for it.
It's disingenuous to think that we shouldn't have a conversation, that there's only one lawyer in town. I mean, that's just ridiculous, and I can't accept that. So I didn't mean to say that you're ridiculous. It's just the concept.
Oh, I am.
There's only one lawyer in town. That's just really unreasonable.
Let's move on from here. John, you have anything else you want to throw in?
No, I would let Lisa say you guys need to budget, whether it's me or somebody else, you do need to budget for the village attorney's office. And your village attorney will do as much or as little as you ask of him or her. Sure. And but so for purposes of this exercise, I would urge you to budget and to budget responsibly for it.
Before we leave, can we have the resolution at one of the next meetings?
That is shoehorning something strange in what Mr.
Okay.
Quick
We won't
just
stop.
said.
Stop.
Let's move on. But Elizabeth, see what I find interesting? You just
hand it over.
Mark, wait.
I'm in. I'll take one too.
You wanted the floor. You wanted to ask Rob a question. Mark just brought up something else. Each council is allowed to ask something and say something, but all of a sudden it's okay for you to take the time, but when he asks something and we can't do it, we got to be in tune here with each other, be a team. That's what I'm saying. Come on. It's not, what's good for the goose is good for the gander here. All right, let's go. Lisa, would can we move on here?
Yes,
Thank
next
you, John.
up is the village manager.
Hi, everyone. So On the village manager's budget, you'll see going from 23-24 to 24-25, we're effectively flat. The marginal increase of about 5% is directly related to the salary increases that were proposed at the 5% cost of living adjustment at the maximum point for all of our staff. For 23-24, you can see we're running a little bit below budget, and that's principally due to vacancies. I'm glad to say that we don't have any more vacancies at present. We're fully staffed. We have a new finance director who has hit the ground running. She's been wonderful and a great fit. We have our new HR director, and Jamie has also hit the ground running. I'm really impressed with her capabilities as an HR professional. Fortunate that we had that gem hiding down in the planning department, and we're able to move her straight upstairs. So she's been a great help and has provided outstanding insights from an analytical perspective as well as from a policy perspective. Working with people, she's fabulous as well. So thank you to both of you, Lisa and Jamie, for being the latest additions in our department and really helping the team to excel. We've also done a few things this year. We have some environmental conservation and restoration projects that Pete has been responsible for. He's done an exceptional job getting those implemented and moving forward. We've launched in combination with the planning department, the comprehensive plan update, and a park master plan initiated with our friends in the Parks and Rec department. Maria's been really good at getting that off the ground, and we're just getting started with that. So we're really looking forward to some findings. Other than that, our personnel trends, as you can see, we're up to 5, and that has us fully staffed. So our spending history, I've already covered that for the most part. We're below budget for this year. Like John, we like to budget and stay within our budget. We're working with each of our department heads, of course, to see that we request the funding that we actually need for each particular fiscal year, and then managing that budget to see that we fall at the end of the fiscal year within the amount that we specified, if that is feasible. And if not, we'll have assignable causes that we talk about in future sessions as to why that doesn't happen. But in terms of our department, it's consistently at or below budget. And I'd like to invite Pete up to come up and talk about some of the capital projects and the outstanding work that he's doing to help protect and advance our local environment.
Thank you, Rob, and good evening, Council. So just a few items from environmental resources, as the environmental resources manager is within the village manager department, even though some of the environmental projects are found within different or funded through different departments. But just to look at some our canal restoration work, some of the highlights we did from this current fiscal year and looking to projections for this coming fiscal year. So we were awarded $3.1 million in grant funding for canal restoration during 23-24. With that funding, we were able to complete 2 canal restoration projects this year. That was an infiltration well on Plantation Key and our first canal backfilling job on Plantation Key as well. That's what that photo is there. Both were very successful projects. We did initiate 2 canal restoration projects this current fiscal year. That was another infiltration well on Plantation Key, and then a canal backfilling job on Lower Matacumbe as well. We did initiate, continue to, and hopefully will continue into the future of conducting bi-monthly or every other month water quality monitoring of within all 63 of our canals, which has been super helpful. Really imperative for our evaluation of our canal restoration work. So we do hope to keep that funding in the budget for next year that has been proposed. The Florida Keys Water Quality Improvement Program, that's what that acronym stands for, FQIP right there. Some really exciting news from that program this year was that a new authorization of $100 million was authorized by Congress this year. That FQIP program, that's a federally funded program that's carried out through the Army Corps of Engineers. So that's where that funding is coming from. So that $100 million, that is split between the municipalities of the Keys and Monroe County, but the village would receive probably somewhere between $17 to $20 million of that, and that would be allowed, or the use of that would be for canal restoration along with stormwater projects and wastewater. So that's pretty exciting news. So looking into next fiscal year, we hope to complete The projects within Canal 132, that's the infiltration well, and the canal backfilling job, both of those are ready to go, and we absolutely should be finishing those next year. The canals 150, 151, 155, 157, those are all on Lower Matacumby. That's our culvert project. We've been trying to get towards construction for almost 3 years now. We've been in permitting. We finally have permits in place. We're sealing up or firming up our funding for that, and we should have a number of those culverts in place next fiscal year. We have identified 2 projects to start next fiscal year. Those are both backfilling projects as well, one on Lower Matacumby and one on Plantation Key. We hope to apply for at least $4 million in grant funding for canal restoration work next year. We've already applied for $2 million, so this likely may even be more than $4 million. It could be up to $5 million with the potential sources we now have. And some more news with that FQIP program. We do hope to complete an amendment. That's a PPA, stands for Project Partnership Agreement. That's our agreement with the Army Corps. We're looking to amend that agreement to allow for canal restoration work. Currently, it only allows for wastewater work. So it would also allow for stormwater projects too. So that amendment would change the agreement to allow for canal restoration and stormwater projects. And that would be an additional $7 million for those types of projects. For next year, we did budget $2.93 million for canal restoration work, and that will all be grant funded. Okay, next slide. So just an update on our breakwater project. Again, that we've been permitting for almost 3 to almost 4 years. So the project did start. Construction started exactly 3 weeks ago. They're making excellent progress on it. By next week, they tell me they're going to be about 50% done. That photo was taken just last week. So almost certainly next fiscal year, we will have this project completed. Nearly all of that funding, $1.9 million, which is grant funded, will be accounted for next fiscal year. Okay, next slide. So some of the developments at our conservation properties, some of the highlights from this year, we did complete the basin improvement project at the Green Turtle Hammock Nature Preserve. As you can see in that photo there, that was shoreline stabilization through riprap, new dockage and bulkheading. We did install a new kayak launch, fully wheelchair accessible, and this will tie into our new pavilion as well. That was grant funded through a TDC grant. We did start the pavilion project as well this year at the Green Turtle Hammock. Those are the costs incurred this year, and that is grant funded for the DEP and also Parks and Rec impact fee funded. We did also complete the design, the permitting, and contractor procurement for the gazebo project at Plantation Tropical Preserve as well this year. Okay, next slide. So looking into next year, we hope to have the pavilion project done at Green Turtle. There's a photo there from just last week. They're making excellent progress as well. You can see the foundation is fully done, and the first 4 pilings are done. This project will absolutely be done this coming fiscal year as well. There's the remaining costs with that, $866,000. Again, that work is being funded through a DEP grant and also the Parks and Recreation impact fee. We are potentially going to construct a new dock at the Green Turtle Hammock as well for an estimated cost of $40,000. That is needed as well. At the Plantation Tropical Preserve, we do expect to complete that gazebo project. The contractor just executed the agreement yesterday. So that project will be done this coming fiscal year as well. $109,000 has been budgeted for that in the Parks and Rec with Park Reaction impact fee. And then finally, an initiation of a new project, South Winds Park Gazebo Project. We hope to receive grant funding from that from the TDC. It's estimated to be about $100,000. So with the completion of these 3 projects at these 3 parks, that would complete the obligations the village is under at these 3 conservation properties for all of the management requirements within the management plan that are written up for these properties. So that's good news. Next slide. Just finally, just like to highlight our native tree plantings that were done last fiscal year. We completed 12 projects. It was 786 plants, a number of different properties throughout the village. The expenses for that were $103,829. Projected for 2024-25, a little higher than that. That's because 60% of that would be the landscaping project and restoration project on Winley Key. That's going to be a big project that coming back in after the transmission main project.
Peter, where's that money coming from?
So as the council has identified, we have now, unless Lisa and Finance Department could tell me otherwise, that's going to be funded out of the general fund, Public Works Department, as had been requested. Okay, last slide. And finally, just wanted to bring this up to the council. We would very much like to continue our quarterly maintenance and treatment of invasive plants at the conservation properties, or really all the village properties. There are never going to be, the issue with invasive plants is never going to end. They come up in every property. If we don't stay on top of it, these properties will be overrun with invasives. It's a very, I think, a very effective and financially worthwhile project at $25,000 last year. The costs are projected to be a little higher next year. That's just because of the increasing cost of the labor and the work and what's needed, and because we have more properties now. So something to keep in mind as we continue to acquire land, we're going to need to stay on top of the invasive plant management. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Peter, are there any DEP or state grants available for invasive plant removal?
There is one. It's FWC grant, and I've gotten it in the past. It was not worth it, in my opinion. It's a small amount of money. We could try to get it every year, but for the amount of effort and time it is, and the funding available, I don't think it's worth it. This is a great cost, and
I take your word for it.
Okay.
I just saw the
yeah, that's a good question.
Just saw the promo on the Python challenge that ended in the last day or two, and somebody got 10 grand for catching I don't know how many pythons. So maybe if we had a contest to get rid of unwanted plants and give out, I don't know, watermelons or something. I'm just making a silly joke, but thank you.
What about the Department of Agriculture? Wilton Simpson's office with some of the things they do, because they work hand in hand with the wildlife quarter. But
I don't know.
Okay, let me call somebody and
just to let the council know too, the Village of Islamorada is very involved with the Florida Keys Invasive Exotic Task Force. It's a task force made up of all the government agencies involved with managing lands and plants and animals, and then all of the local municipalities and Monroe County. And I am very diligently attend all the meetings, keep up to all potential grant opportunities. As far as I know, and I've ever heard that FWC grant is the only one.
Okay.
But if anything else comes up, I'll certainly look into it.
Put you in touch with the right agency.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Sure.
Okay. Are there any questions from council regarding the village manager's budget at this point?
I do have a question. What is LifeScan?
Jamie?
Those are the annual physicals for our firefighters.
Thanks.
It's required.
All right, Marnie, if you'd like to take the floor, thank you.
Sure. So with the village clerk's department, we're kind of the administrative hub of the village, so we don't have any capital projects, so to speak. But what we do have is professional services and software subscriptions. Since I got here in 2022, I saw a lot of opportunities to improve transparency and public access. So we looked at different softwares that could do that, and that's where we came up with Civic Clerk, which is our agenda management software. We do have that, as well as some others. We have just FOIA and MuniCode. Our budget highlights, in addition to my statutory clerical duties, there are certain other things that I'm required to do, which are the election coordinator, qualifying officer, ethics coordinator, records management liaison officer for the state, public records coordinator, and administrative support to the village council. And our budget reflects the costs that support these programs and statutory duties. I'm sure you all know this staffing is myself and Stephanie Condi. She is my deputy. She's been here longer than me, and she's very efficient. We get her done. And our spending from last year, click here, we have a 4.36 year-over-year increase. And some of that, what you're seeing now, is those specific softwares that we have implemented to increase our transparency and to kind of make the process a little more easy for everyone. With Civic Clerk, that standardizes agenda creation, and it allows for a cohesive workflow process to create our meeting materials. So it's a hosted public portal that combines the video and the documentation. During the meetings here, I'm adding timestamps to try to put chapters in, so it's easy for folks to find information on certain things when they're looking into that. When I got here, you had to request any documentation that was with agendas. They would take them down after the meeting, and if you wanted anything, you had to specifically request it. So Civic Clerk, it gives all of the staff opportunity to create a standard agenda, and meeting materials are easily available, and there's no plan to take them down or anything like that. If anything, we just try to add more to it as we go along. Another thing that we've implemented in the past year was just FOIA. So that is a public records request software that we implemented to increase the public access to archived requests, because sometimes we will get repeat requests, and rather than folks have to ask us for it, if we are creating an archive, which we are at this point, now there's hundreds of different responses to public records requests that are just housed in just FOIA. So it makes it easier for people to look up. It's easier for people to track what's going on with their public records request. We have lien searches and public records requests go through this software, but you can go along and put your number in of your request and see where it's at. So it's really something that we've done to try to just increase access to the records that we have, and a long-term goal is to get it as much out there as we can. I mean, we want resolutions readily available, ordinances, all that kind of thing. Also with ordinances, we are MuniCode is another product that we use. It's to codify our ordinances, and for past years, we would have a supplement created by MuniCode. They'd send it to us. It takes a long time. So we are now using self-publishing software, which allows us to put it up, right after ordinances are adopted. We can go in and it standardizes the costs, is one of the things that's really nice about it, because if you're adopting ordinances, it's hard to know in advance how many ordinances you're going to have in a particular year. And there is a cost to codify all of them. So with the self-publishing software, it gives us the ability to do that in-house and makes that one standard cost, so that, it's not $10,000 one year and $2,000 the next. You know what you're budgeting for. So those are the highlights of what we've got going on in the clerk's office. Does anyone have any questions for us?
Council, any questions for Marnie? Marnie, I want to say the DocuSign, you bringing us out. I mean, a lot of these cities have of course, the MuniCode and all. I mean, they're very sophisticated that you can go online and get whatever. Those that has the Florida Redevelopment Association, they have the CRAs. You can go see everything on their CRA, and so the Northeast Florida Regional Planning Commission. I was impressed when I went to that meeting in January. I was up there in Flagler County. So, but these things, the DocuSign has really made it that doesn't matter where you are. She can send it to all of us or any of us and gets it taken care of.
That's a good product for getting signatures like right away when you're out of town, or I'm out of town, or John's out of town. Those signatures are required.
Yeah.
Marty, I did want to ask a question.
Yes.
I'm also impressed with the step up you've made since you've come aboard to bring us into the modern cyber world, or whatever that stuff is called. I'll never understand it. But I know it works better and it's more efficient. One thing I did notice that I don't believe is attributable to you in any way is that it used to be that we could go online and we could go back in time on the website and see agendas and actual videos of council meetings. But if I recall, we had an issue with ADA compliance. And so could you just kind of help me understand why it is that we can only go so far back? Is that the threshold problem? We can't comply with ADA on the older stuff?
Well, it's not so much that as that the cost for migration was sizable, and at a certain point we had to decide, how many years back we wanted to have those materials. All that being said, I know IT had a request for a meeting from 2016. They do have that information, so we still have that. It's just we haven't added it to. There's Vince.
Well, I was wondering if maybe, since it may be difficult to have the actual video in compliance, would it be possible to at least have on the website some sort of, I would call it an index, so that if someone is looking for something, they can continue to go back and they can see, I don't know, table of contents. I don't know what it is but to give them a clue as to where to look. They know, oh, I heard it was passed in 2016. Well, then you go to 2016, you look at all the agendas, bang, you find it. It's a little needle in the haystack but if it's there, then you put in a call or email to Vince or to you, and next thing you know, you get a thumb drive or whatever you do. And I don't even know what a thumb drive is, but is it like this? I don't know.
That's something we could look into, of actually putting it on our YouTube channel, so we could put more history on there. Frank and I, we're going to look into that later this year. We haven't looked into it, but we've thought about it. So
I'm just suggesting there's a lot of curious people, and I'm one of them. I like to look at that old stuff. I did it for years before I sat here, and I tried to do it while sitting here, and when you get older, it's more frustrating. So just something that would give the public a little bit of a window into the past, and then they could ask for the full video later on.
Ideally, I'd love to do that.
Okay.
That's the goal.
Well, if you need money for it, this would be the time to ask.
Yeah, we'll have to look into how much money that would cost.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But
All right.
we'll look into it.
Okay, thank you.
It's on our radar.
I think, Mark, when we first got elected in 20, I don't think we could go, I thought we had to watch the whole video, but whatever Marnie did to where now you can just go click on whatever part, you can go find what tab that was and click on that one thing. You're not sitting there watching the.
Well, but I know that we have these old videos. In fact, the planning staff told me one time they went back and they saw a video when I was on the council 20 years ago, and they remarked how good looking I was and how much hair I had, and how much lighter in weight I was. I would like the public to be able to see all that.
What did they want from you?
I think it was at budget time, so draw your own conclusions. But anyway, I just think there is a curiosity there. Maybe if we just nibbled away at a year or two at a time as you go forward, maybe that would be the way forward. I don't know.
I like the idea, yes.
Thank you.
We'll work on it.
Yeah, thank you for what you've done, Marnie. It's been great. Are we ready to move on?
We are. And the next section is mine for finance and administration. So our budget is pretty much the, we don't have any personnel requests for next year. We have a staff of 5, and they do a great job. The only things, the changes that we're going to have, let's see, probably will be in our, this is going to be in section tabs 8, 7, if you want to look there. The increases we're going to have will be, our workers' compensation has increased by 16% this year. And then, let's see. And the other things, the only other things that we're requesting an increase on are travel and per diem, which from what Hattie told me, they didn't travel a whole lot in the past. However, I have the CGFO certification, the Certified Government Finance Officer, and so as a result of that, I have to have 80 hours every 2 years of CPEs, so that's going to require me to go to some conferences, probably 2 a year. And so that's traveling. And then Hattie and Callie's, she's relatively new. She's been here a year, but she came from the tax world, so she's very wanting to get involved in learning more about government finance. And the conferences that we have, the FGFOA, are excellent for that type of thing. It's along with a networking opportunity. We learn about the new GASB standards that are coming out, which we do have to keep up with, the new Florida statutes, anything changing in the statutes, the Auditor General is there, speaking to that. And it's just a great opportunity for us to learn new things and stay up to date on everything. So I do strongly recommend that we would allow them to go as well. And then the only other thing, let's see what we had here. I think that about covers our increases. The only increases we have, like insurance, there's nothing we can do about the increase on that. Our general liability, auto, and property, those are also increasing. And so, that's basically what our increases are because we pay those invoices out of finance. So, let's see what else. That's basically what our changes will be for the next year. Do you have questions about that? Ours is a pretty simple budget.
Next.
Let's see. Next is IT.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Okay, the IT department has been staying pretty steadfast. We're under budget this year. We've been staying under budget every year, but some issues came up, especially with CrowdStrike, that have let us look at the data that we have. That is one of our biggest assets, and our increase that we're asking for is about 9% to help protect that data. So that's kind of what this year's budget is all about, is protecting our data. And this will be spread out over 3 years. So it's a 3-year contract. Personnel-wise, we're pretty much staying the same. Oop, wrong way. So there's what our actual budget has been for this year versus what we spent. And, there we are. So data security, I put headlines at the top of some of these slides of cities that have been hit in the past few years because local governments are targets because of budgetary expenses. So we have to actually protect ourselves even better than other entities. But this is just a quick thing of various things. This is where the increases are in capital projects. Nutanix runs all of our server infrastructure. It runs the entire, It runs the entire village, basically. And replacing Nutanix is easy enough, but if we lose the data, we can't replace that. So in other words, if hackers get into our system and encrypt all our backups everywhere we keep them, we're done. So we follow all the rules with cyber insurance, but we even go a step further. Our current cluster is replicated to a cloud. So if we had the hurricane, we could continue running in the cloud. That service we paid $79,000 for 3 years ago, over 3 years, but they're sunsetting it. And now to put the same service in is like $180,000 a year. So that's a huge increase. So our idea is to buy another cluster, because we're going to have to replace our hardware in a couple years anyway, and take our current cluster and put it at a co-location. So we're doing the same thing, but not paying as much money over time. It's actually a savings if we continue this protection. The other way we're looking at is we back up locally to what's called a NAS. They have new technology now, it's called a storage array. And that protects the data by encrypting it and locking it down. So the only way it could change is if Ramon and myself called them and said we need to get into it. It's expensive, but we think it's necessary. We've looked at it, so that's the highlights of the big stuff. The other thing is the council member mics. We're having all kinds of issues with the audio equipment in the back. So I have a quote now for somewhere under 70, but we're looking into that because this equipment's going to go eventually. We're not going to be able to have a meeting. So that's going to be a necessary expense.
Last time we updated this thing was what, 7 years ago?
8 years ago.
Five? The last time we updated this mic was 7 years ago. So I think it's, we got a hell of a, lifespan on it.
Yeah. And in the slides, you can see there's some just reasons to have it. I'm not going to go through all of them. I mean, if you have questions, you can ask for both storage arrays and backup clusters. Travel?
Hold on. The only reason we're doing this, we don't want to put too much information out there because everything we have is critical. So if you guys want to have a closed door with us, we'll be more than happy to help it, explain it. But we can't really be saying names and stuff like that, especially on open mics and stuff. Yeah. I know you guys understand.
Travel and training, we're going to increase. We have 4 people in our department now. That's another important part of protecting the data. Again, that's a huge asset the village has that nobody really thinks about on a daily basis. And the operating supplies, we're going to replace some outdated workstations, a switch at Public Works. And the dues and subscriptions, that's a renewal for our current service contract on our current cluster that's running all the servers now. The request you saw in public or in Capital is for a new cluster, so we replicate it. And this is
There's another thing that we're going to move our CSP. It's our cloud service provider. So we have it right now on GoDaddy. We're going to bring it in-house. That's what we're shooting for right now at the moment. So in the long run, it will be a cost save.
Just an upfront cost. Any questions?
Any questions, Council, for IT?
If you guys have any questions and you want to do it behind closed doors, we're more than happy to.
Mine isn't really so much a question as it is an observation. I think our IT team is on target with protecting our data. It has a lot of value out there in the criminal cyberspace world, and the exposure we have is not insignificant. I worked for a previous employer where we did have just a very minor cyber intrusion. Person using their cell phone was prompted to enter a password. They entered it. And the cyber criminal on the other side stole some contact information and sent out some messages and did, just crazy, non-threatening, not thievery, but nonetheless revealed that they had compromised that device. So we had to go through our cyber insurance carrier. We had to hire a cyber forensics expert to go through and look at the device, dissect it apart, see exactly what these people had access to, what they did with it. We had to then turn around and pay for identity theft for each of the people whose data was compromised. Fortunately, in that scenario, it was limited to the person's immediate family for whatever reason, for the most part. But for such a small intrusion, cyber criminal didn't encrypt anything, didn't steal anything, just sent messages out saying, hey, we got your phone and hacked it. We had to pay $30,000 in expense. And it was for something very, very minor. The types of things that these guys are talking about that are happening in other communities are infinitely more complex than that kind of intrusion and also have infinitely greater exposure. So the investments that they're advocating for, we should pay close attention to.
Yeah, and as cyber, if we were encrypted, our current data center in Village Hall would become a crime scene. We would not be able to restore to it. We would have to restore somewhere else. So that's something else to think about. This kind of helps us with all that.
I don't understand all this stuff, except if we don't get the best stuff we can get, the crooks will. So I'm all in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay, Lisa.
All right, we're done with tab 8. On to tab 9.
Right.
We're going to go to our planning department. And I'll give her the clicker.
Let me ask a question. Vice Mayor just asked, how far are we going to go this afternoon? What do we want to?
Yeah.
Well, no, you had the question, so you said let's ask.
Well, Vice Mayor Mahoney, I think it's up to you guys. We'll put you back on the hot seat. But we were thinking, in general, somewhere in that 6 to 7:30 range, depending on the council's level of comfort. If there's a natural break where you think we should kind of end it and come back tomorrow, staff are flexible, but that was the general plan.
It was more of a question where we're going to do the whole thing tonight. That's all.
You don't ask, you can't receive.
Yeah, that's fine.
John?
It's same as with tab 8, it's your call. I mean, it's not the norm, but it's council's call.
I would say for time's sake, we move on.
I'm fine with it.
I'm okay with it.
I think it's not that we should move on. We've never done them in the past, and now but okay, if you guys, there's a consensus, go for it.
Well, you know what? They showed up. So 3 minutes for that, I think that's fair.
Okay.
I appreciate the 3 minutes, and I only want to talk about 2 of the 5 points here in the tab 9. The first one being the Code Compliance Department has failed, remarkably failed as far as vacation rentals goes. And this is, I agree with Mr. Gregg about tying the hands of the legal department. If you guys won't follow up with enforcement and enforce the fact that vacation rentals are supposed to be limited to 331 medallions issued by you, and for which the general fund receives $331,000 or whatever. I think that it's actually increased now. But we have hundreds of illegal vacation rentals in this town that are making life miserable for the people in the neighborhoods. And because if you want to put in more people as far as inspectors of code compliance, and you want to get some, and we pay a large fee for a company that registers for Airbnb and checks the internet and sees who's advertising on what addresses and checks it against whether or not they have a medallion. And we've gotten very little back from the legal department as far as convictions of these people that are scofflaws and have been doing it for years. And it's $1 million or more a year free under the table for these property owners who are illegally using their homes and their second homes for vacation rentals. And I think the Code Compliance Department has failed, not because that they're at fault, but because they don't have enough people. They don't have enough teeth in the enforcement process to give something that Mr. Quick and Weiss-Serota can follow up on, because we could be getting all kinds of fines and forfeitures off of this vacation rental catastrophe that's been going on and on and on, if we would just pay attention to ensuring that the laws that we have in place are enforced, and give the legal department something to work with. Because if you give them something to work with, I'm certain they could turn up a lot of fines and forfeitures. And I was going to say something about planning and services, but I think I've used up pretty close to 3 minutes. And I just say I really wish we hadn't fired Dan Galizio. Thank you.
Marnie, anybody else for public comment?
Let me double check Zoom here quickly.
What's that?
Let me double check Zoom just quickly. No hands raised.
Public comment is now closed.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you. Jennifer DeBobriand, Planning Director for the Village of Islamorada. Thank you for having me this evening. I'm here to talk about the Planning and Development Services budget.
Hey, Jennifer.
Thank you. And then I will go into the Code Department budget, and I'm happy to address Mr. Van Cadenhead's comments. I have some numbers that might help address some of those issues. So we'll start with the Planning Development Services budget. This year, we are requesting a couple of increases, and I'll explain those. The biggest increase we're requesting this year is for just over $200,000 for our comprehensive plan update. That obviously is a request of the council. The reason the request is so high is because we have yet to pick the consultant, and I wanted to budget it at a higher number so that we knew that we had enough in case the consultant came in high. Once we pick the consultant, obviously we'll only spend whatever the consultant is picked at. So that's where we're at. Based on the amounts we received in the proposals, it's likely we will not need the full amount for that. Any additional expenses in the planning development services budget this year to cover additional training, travel, and licenses for the 2 new employees that were added to my department last year. That includes the review engineer and the sustainability and resiliency coordinator that the council requested that we hire, which we have hired, and she's been doing some great work. But she has made some great contacts, but wants to continue to go to some trainings and some education. There's a lot of stuff out there on sustainability and resiliency, and it's really good for her to meet her counterparts in other parts of the state. So we're looking to do that. As far as the review engineer, he is a licensed PE, and he does need to maintain those credentials. So we do need to make sure that he gets his CEUs and does all that as well. So those are the additional expenses that we're looking for. We're also under professional services looking to budget for a $50,000 feasibility study for a breakwater project. I don't know if Peter wants to come up and speak a little bit about that. Under our vulnerability assessment that we just completed, one of the projects was a breakwater project for the shoreline on Isla Mirada, and based on Peter's and Alyssa, our sustainability coordinator's recommendation, that was the project that they wanted to move forward in this coming year. It's a $50,000 feasibility study, so I've budgeted for that as well. So if you have specific questions about the project, I'd ask Peter to answer those because I'm not versed on the project, but the request is coming out of my budget. And then probably the biggest request, I guess you could argue, is the request for an additional planner in my budget this year. As Jamie had mentioned, it's not an additional FTE, and I can explain that. We had the development services director position in my budget. Last year, the council wanted to continue to keep that position in the budget. However, in January, when the council was considering hiring an assistant village manager, and the village attorney asked where we were going to get the funding from, the council suggested that funding be taken from the unused FTE in my department, which was that position. So that position is unfunded in my department. So it's effectively not a position. So what I'm asking to do is to convert that to an entry-level planner position. In my estimation, based on the amount of work in my department, the large projects we have moving forward, what I really need is somebody boots on the ground, doing reviews, doing inspections, helping with the workshops that we've been pretty successful, I think, in holding. So I think that's what I really need in the department right now, is somebody to help with that. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we had a resignation in the department last week, so we're short another planner in the department this week, so we are operating pretty short staff. We still haven't backfilled Jamie's vacancy, so we are pretty thin in the planning department, and all hands on deck pretty much would help at this point. So those are my requests. I don't know if anybody, sorry, I didn't move these forward, but so these are, again, it's a critical time in planning for Isla Mirada, so any help with the reviews and the public outreach and the comprehensive plan update would be what I'm looking for at this point. So I'm happy to answer questions on the planning department's budget, and then we can move into code.
All right, council, any questions for Jennifer? No?
I got one.
Go ahead.
I don't know if this is part of your deal or not, but I understand of the 5 applicants that made request for employment with the comprehensive plan, that 4 have applied. 4 of the 5 have applied through us inviting them to come before us.
So we had 5 proposals received. When we brought the recommendation before the council, you had asked to interview all 5. Right. The day after that meeting, the Mary Swaney and Finance Department sent out an invitation to all 5 of those companies. We've heard back, I believe, from 4 that they have accepted that invitation. 1 has not responded.
Would you give me the name of the one?
Cordino Group has not responded.
Thank you.
Okay, I reckon we can move on then.
Okay, thank you. So in regards to the code compliance department, we are not we are requesting some increases again in training and travel this year. And that is due to, it's minor increases and due to we are fully staffed again. You may recall at the beginning of the year, we lost 2 code officers and we were operating on a staff of 1 for over a month this year, which was a little difficult for the department, but we were able to staff it up, and we are back fully staffed with 3 code officers again. We are lucky that one of them had prior experience in both Miami-Dade County and Monroe County, so that's great. But one has no code experience, so he needs to take all of his Florida Association of Code Enforcement trainings and certifications and get those. He's starting those, upcoming, and so we need to budget for those trainings as well. So we are working on those requests. We were asking for those requests so that he can do that. However, the overall budget request with personnel and everything is less than it was last year. And just to address some of that, I've heard over the last, couple weeks that, code doesn't do their job and code isn't handling, vacation rentals appropriately. So I asked, for some reporting so I could present some numbers to you. From May 2015 to August 24, because that is our reporting period in the system that we use, under vacation rentals alone, just vacation rentals, they had 790 code cases that were opened and closed as compliant. In the fiscal year 22-23, or whatever last year was that 23-24? 23-24, I'm sorry. They had 83 code cases open and closed as compliant. And year to date, this fiscal year, with 1 code officer for a month and a half, they had 53 cases opened and compliant. So they are doing what they're supposed to be doing. We have a program, Rentalscape. They look at it every single day. They reach out to people. They get people to close their cases. I think people assume that we can just go in and knock on doors and walk into people's houses and address the situation. Code compliance is very specific on how they can handle these situations, and our code officers are doing an amazing job. And I would, like to just say that I appreciate everything that they do, and I think these numbers speak for themselves. I'd also like to say that in last fiscal year, all code violations total, they opened and closed 346 cases, and to date, they've opened and closed 342 cases. So, that's quite a bit of work for a department of 3 people.
So Jennifer, I have a question, because I went to the Decker Technology booth.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we get Rentalscapes from.
Yes, sir.
And, that was never in the county until 21. We were the first one to come online.
Yes, we were.
And so I said, I asked them to talk with Dustin and see how come, because I said, hey, we should get something, because I had the mayor of Key West call, I had Sam Steele call me, Key Colony, the county, all these. So I mentioned, I said, hey, you just we never got our little rebate, because we were the first one to come. But this is still working very well, right?
Rentalscape, yes, it works very well. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
So any questions about the code budget?
Any questions for Jennifer? Okay. Nope.
Not about the code, but I did want to hear about Peter's project for the mitigation or breakwater, excuse me, if it's a living shoreline or whatever.
Sure. So we did complete the vulnerability analysis this past year, which took us over a year to complete. It identified a number of projects, resiliency, sustainability projects. One of the first projects on that list was a shoreline stabilization and living shoreline feature in 2 identified areas, that being the area offshore of or along Sea Oats Beach, where the highway is very close to the ocean there, and then also a section of the shoreline on Upper Matacumbe in the vicinity of the Islander and Chica Lodge. So the proposed project would be submerged breakwaters and shoreline stabilization as a means to reduce flooding. Now, this is a flooding reduction project, and that's where we're going to get funding. You know, there's no way we do these projects without grant funds, and right now it's about flood reduction. So that would be the cost would be for the design, feasibility, and the beginning design stages for that first potential project.
This may be going off in the weeds a little bit, no pun intended, but on the Sea Oats Beach, you and I had spoken years ago regarding the turtle nesting that used to be there. It's now concrete, and how that used to have a beach or a sandy area that protruded out into what is now probably 100 to 150 feet of water. And we talked about the Army Corps may have had some kind of plan to help us restore that. Does this mitigation, or I keep saying mitigation, this, whatever you call it, underwater structure, could that lead to a deposit of sand on the shore naturally through currents or whatever that might restore what we used to have?
It could, absolutely, add to some sand migration and stabilization in that regard. There almost certainly will never be the beach that used to exist there if the highway remains where it is now. A beach needs to migrate. Our seas are rising. There's nowhere for that beach to migrate. There's never going to be a beach there. We could dump as much sand as we want there. It's all going to be gone, just from currents, storms, sea level rise. And it's going to end up, where's it going to end up? In the canals and in people's backyards. And if people have proposed dumping, a beach restoration project there, it's all going to wash away. And that's where it's going to end up, and that's going to be our responsibility to clean up. But naturally, yes, some sand could build in and deposit there because of this.
We saw some things, I think Jennifer was there, and Elizabeth and you, when we went to the climate summit last year, I seem to recall, I don't know where it was in Florida, but they built a structure offshore, looked to me to be like a riprap structure, and maybe some mangroves either were planted or recruited naturally. And then behind that, it kind of became almost like a lagoon, an open lagoon on each end, and then it kind of sort of filled itself in, and then next thing you know, you got land above water at the high tide, and it was pretty good. So if that's part of the design, I would love to see that. I'm sure we'd love to see our turtle nesting come back. So thank you for doing that.
Sure.
So the 50,000 is for a study, but what is a submerged breakwater? Like what is that?
So that as part of this project, that would be part of this project, to come up with the design for that, to show us some alternatives for that structure. So that's written into the proposal.
So we don't actually know we don't know what it is yet. What?
Not exactly. I mean, we have some idea.
I mean, but just in general, is it like you actually put cement down underneath?
There would be some type of structures
sand?
in the water, yes. So there are engineered structures for breakwaters like this. There's numerous companies out there that sell product like this. There's numerous companies that are promoted by environmental agencies. So that's what this feasibility study would do, is to look at those potential options and come up with the best one.
There's companies that are doing this right now and actually getting remarkable results.
Absolutely. We saw one. Didn't you talk to the gentleman at the Climate Summit? We have their contact information.
These young guys and gals, they've got this stuff that they're designing. It's unbelievable what it does, and it just costs money to get it done. But I can't be more excited about the next generation coming along and putting this into place and getting it to work and refining it. Some of it looked like the little jacks that, I don't know, I'm kind of old, but you used to play jacks. Remember that game? Those little things, kind of like a star, and you throw them and you count them. And okay, well, it was a game back when the dinosaurs roamed the earth, and I played it. But they have these little structures, and they fit together, and then they have some block things and these interlocking things, and you put them in the water, and stuff starts to grow on it, and the next thing you know, there's animals come back, plants come back, water clears up. I mean, it's pretty cool. But there used to be land there that the village has a deed to, but now it's submerged. And I saw that in my lifetime disappear. That's pretty sad. So I hope you get to put it back. It would be nice to see it come back before my time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
So I think I have one more, the Affordable Housing Fund. I guess not really a budget, but so this is the fund that the affordable housing in lieu of fees go into, that we charge for development in the village. And Right now, the only expense that has come out of this in recent time has been the first-time homebuyer loans. This past year, we've completed one first-time homebuyer loan, and we're in the process of working with another one that should be completed by the end of the fiscal year. So this fiscal year, we're anticipating 2 completed loans. They're $10,000 apiece, so that would be $20,000 out of this fiscal year. I think we're budgeting $40,000 for next year, but until people come in and ask, we don't really know how many of them we'd be getting. So it's sort of a shot in the dark, I guess. And then the rest of the money can be used for the creation or maintenance of affordable housing in the village. I know the Affordable Housing Committee has some ideas on what they would like the village to do with that money, and I know that they've talked about that in some of their meetings. I'm sure that they would be willing to share those ideas with you. And we can move some of that forward at some point. I know that the village council has reserved some allocations of our affordable housing allocations for village use, so that could be another potential use for this fund. So,
Okay. Council, have any questions? Anybody? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Lisa, are you doing this one? Building.
I have one question.
Okay, go ahead, Henry.
In reference to your staff.
Yes, sir.
I've seen an increase, the numbers I have are of 225,000, is that correct?
Don't think so, but I'll look. You mean from last year's budget was 868,700, and this year's budget's 854,600, so that's a decrease. So I'm not sure what you're looking at. If you're looking at projected,
I'm getting an increase of 225.
Because I believe you're looking at what's projected to be spent, and I think that's because we were short-staffed for a while. We didn't spend some of the money that was budgeted. So yeah, will we increase from what was spent this year? Yes, because we had budgeted for the money, but it wasn't spent because we were short-staffed.
Okay.
Okay, who's next?
Good evening, Sheila Denoncourt, Chief Building Official. Just a quick overview of the building department. As I'm sure you're aware, the building department is a special fund that is funded by the collection of permit fees. We do not get any funding from the general fund. It's strictly through collection of permit fees. Our expenses this year are basically our ordinary expenses to operate the department. We have one capital project, sort of capital outlay, which is a carryover from 23-24, which is a replacement vehicle. Some couple budget highlights is that I'm currently working on updating the fee schedule to make it a lot simpler and more streamlined, where it'll just be a matter of one calculation instead of 10 or 15 that we do right now. And it will also cover all of our costs, provide us a little bit of money in our reserves, which is outlined in the Florida statute. Also, we'll be getting another $180,000 from grant for the watershed management plan, which will go back into our fund balance. There it goes. As you can see, we actually had a very small decrease from budgeted expenses from 23-24 to 24-25. That's really about it. We did have a last end in 23-24. We did budget $100,000 for the review of the permit fees, but I've been doing that in-house, so I removed that from our budget. So that might have been a little bit of the decrease in the expenditures.
Council, anybody have any questions for Sheila?
Yes, Sheila, you and I discussed a new automobile at some point, and you, like me, had an interest in an electric car because we want to be forward-thinking at the village, and early adopters and all that, but we also have to be fiscally responsible. So I was wondering if your interest in that is still there, and if so, have you found anything? I mean, how much I didn't see it, but how much do you have for a car budget?
I have budgeted 60,000.
Wow.
I
Sounds like Tesla territory to me.
I would love a Cybertruck.
Are you serious?
Just don't know that I can't do that. At $60,000, I don't think I could afford a Cybertruck.
They started at 40, but I think Elon got a little.
I think so.
He was.
I have looked into it a little bit, into some of maybe the hybrid models as opposed to the full electric, and I'm still on board with that. Over this past year, I didn't have a whole lot of chance to delve into that. We did have a shortage of staff, which is, we did add a staff member. This year we did hire one of our open positions. So that's helping a lot for me to move forward with things like the review of the permit fees and such.
Okay, well, I hope that you find an electric one. I would just say this is something I look at virtually every day, and the market is moving more and more towards electric vehicles, and at some point, gasoline vehicles or diesel vehicles are going to be obsolete, and that's going to be a sharp cliff when that happens. So I don't want us to get stuck with a expensive gas truck that suddenly, or car that suddenly has the bottom fall out of the market on that. So what do you think? Any other fellow cyber nuts like me?
I just am curious. I mean, I love that you want a Cybertruck, and I'm just wondering, when do you think is a good time to ask for that if it's not now?
A replacement vehicle or a
Cybertruck.
specific one?
Yeah.
Well, basically when the current vehicles have pretty much met their lifespan, so that's when we would replace the vehicles.
But aren't you asking for one? You're asking for a replacement. You're budgeting 60,000 for a vehicle.
A replacement vehicle. So we have a vehicle that's already getting close to the end of its lifespan.
Yeah.
So it's basically a replacement vehicle.
I mean, I'm just sort of saying, like, why wouldn't you ask for what you want now? Are you waiting for some other time to just ask for what you want?
No, this was just last year. I had already had it budgeted, and it came across that Mark had mentioned the electric vehicles. The only issue there is we would have to install some type of charging stations, here.
$700. I have one at my house.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, why would we? Is there some better future time that we're waiting for? Like, this is a good time as any. I mean, right? Like, I'm not like, unless you're thinking, I don't know why you wouldn't just ask for it now.
Well, if you look at the lifetime cost, overall cost of the vehicle, electric is actually cheaper than gas because you don't have to. You never have a day in the shop, and you never have to change the oil and all that stuff.
No, I think we're saying the same thing. Like, what are we waiting for on this?
The co-op has already has had them for a couple years. The electric company, Tavernier. So I mean, there's the Miami-Dade school system. They've got like 90 some. I know the money came from the Volkswagen thing, but 95 electric buses. So,
well, since there's no significant operating cost and maintenance feature with an electric vehicle, I think that we would be better off if we bump up the 60 to say 75, and then that would be offset by lack of time in the shop and gas and oil changes and all that stuff, and it has a longer lifespan as well. So I'm just thinking forward. Not everybody is as enthusiastic about it as me, and I understand that, but I think we have the chance to be a leader and send a message to the community. We're thinking about the environment and the future of the planet and all that good stuff.
what's the range, Sheila, on what you're looking at, or what you had looked at?
Well, on the cyber trucks, I think the ranges are anywhere from like 300 to 320, I believe. I did recently rent a hybrid vehicle, which I was pretty impressed with.
And then
so that would even be an option.
My neighbor has an F-150. He lives in Miami Beach, and he drives back and forth, and he loves it. So.
Is it the new Ford?
Yeah, totally electric.
The
yeah.
one that's...
Yeah, you never hear him coming. He sneaks up behind me and blows the horn. He thinks
you can run a 220 welder out of the back.
That's right. That's right.
Like a rolling generator.
Oh, could we ask Sheila to come back with a cost comparison or something like that?
Yes,
Yeah,
I can.
yeah, okay.
Also, and to your point, maybe that's a bigger question for our entire fleet, maybe, to look into maybe replacing some of the vehicles with electric vehicles. Of course, things like your fire apparatus and maybe some of the public works trucks may not be as feasible as maybe things like code enforcement cars, building cars, things like that.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a good direction.
I would just like to affirm that, yes, when we have opportunity within our fleet to replace vehicles, one of the things we should be doing is looking at EVs as an alternative. I just kind of checked the Cybertruck pricing, and it's up over $100,000 for one from Tesla. So we could probably look at some other kinds of vehicles besides Cybertrucks that still meet our needs, but are EVs and are very excellent vehicles nonetheless. But I think it's an excellent idea to head in that direction.
Out with them. In fact, Dodge or Ram, whatever they're called, has a unique one that has both the gasoline generator motor and a battery pack and a range of 600 miles. And it's incredible. And you can run a welder off the back of it. So,
What is that?
Pardon?
What vehicle is that?
That's a Dodge Ram, 2024 or 5, whatever.
Mark, they tow about 12,700 pounds.
They tow like a freight train.
Go ahead.
So is that something that well, we all think, well, at least some people think it's a good idea. Is it something we need to put into a policy or something? Because I know, if it's just sort of a conversation, nothing happens, and then Sheila will never get her truck.
I wanted us to examine electric vehicles as a possible replacement when we retire anything out of our fleet. But I did talk to AJ about it, and certain things, it's just not ready for prime time. They have big, heavy trucks. They have to pull trailers. They have to be prepared in a hurricane. So in a service vehicle like that, not so much. But code enforcement, zipping around town, less than 50 miles a day, absolutely.
The question was really, does it need to be in a form of a policy?
We'll let the manager address that.
I don't think we need a policy. We are all on board with doing that. We could write a policy that says it and make it, a little bit more formal, and I don't think there's an issue with that, but I can assure you that when we have opportunities to replace vehicles, we want to make sure that we are considering the needs for the vehicle and suitable electric vehicle purchases for those needs.
Just that everybody, changes, staff changes, so I like the idea of a policy.
So John, maybe any of these other cities that you guys represent in Dade or Broward or wherever that have fleets of electric cars. I mean, I know FP&L, I go to their auction and up in, whereas in Palm Beach, and they have a lot, whether it's Prius or whatever, they have a lot of, they buy fleets of electric cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And, for as Councilmember Gregg mentioned, there are some things it works for and some things that it's not quite there yet. So there's a number of cities, in fact, a lot of cities are moving to the electric vehicle route. I think for purposes of the budget, it would be important to, while there's, if Rob and the council wants to create a policy, I think, that's a good suggestion. But in terms of the budget, I think it is also important that you make sure that you budget for it at the level that you would need to actually effectuate that policy too. So we can deal with the budget stuff now, and we can deal with the policy at an action meeting.
So there's a topic for you to put on the agenda next time.
Okay, any other questions for Sheila? Anything else, Sheila?
Nope. No, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so Lisa, next.
All right, we're done with tab 9. We're on to tab 10.
6:30.
And first up will be law enforcement. That will be Captain Quintero.
You what?
Good evening, everyone. Are you switching the slides for me? Oh, there you go. Yay. Excellent.
All right, Lisette.
Does anyone have any questions for me?
Like it. Anybody got any questions for the captain?
Ladies, gentlemen, anyone?
Do you want an electric car?
That's a good question. Yeah, do you want an electric car?
Well, we want cars that will take us to and from places safely. Right now, our fleet, I think it's pretty solid. We're expecting some new vehicles. I know that my vehicle is about to be cycled out. That would be really up to our fleet manager to decide what's in the best interest of our communities, our members, and what would be best suited for everyone to utilize.
Well, I have asked the sheriff every year when he comes to make his presentation and talk to us. And unfortunately for me, it falls under the category of not ready for prime time because you have a 12-hour shifts or 8, I don't know what it is, but it's just not quite there.
And we need reliability. We need to go. We need our vehicles. We can't just necessarily stop. Let's charge the vehicle. It's just not feasible.
We understand.
Mm-hmm.
It's coming though.
Okay. Any other questions?
Henry?
No.
No? No other questions, let's say.
Excellent. Have a great evening. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Right.
Wait. Tough one to follow, Terry. Good luck.
Popcorn, Chief?
Come on, yo. Evening, Mayor, Council, Fire Rescue. Do you have any questions?
Nice try.
It's worth a try. I mean, stab in the dark. All right, fine. Here we go. All right, so Fire Rescue budget 24-25. The top left corner in the green box, that's our spending history. You'll see that slide again. That's the next slide, so we'll skip over that. We'll go to the red box, which is our budget highlights. The one thing that Ms. Jamie did discuss is our training position. We're proposing to transition that position from an on-call spot that it's been for the last few years to an actual full-time position. As we continue to have the increase in needs in both fire and EMS training and recertifications and all that good stuff, it's just not feasible for us to have it in a part-time position anymore. There's so many hours that are needed to be tracked, so many certifications that are needed to be obtained, that it's not fair on us or staff or that on-call person for it to be an on-call position. So that's one position. That's the FTE that you'll see proposed that Jamie was talking about otherwise. The strategic purchases for the future. That's the ladder truck. And yes, it's been mentioned quite a few times. I'm asking for $1.2 million. We're not going to spend that money for 4 years. We're not going to see the truck. If I start the bid process, I spec it out, and it gets approved, we're not going to see it for 44 months. But I need you guys to say it's okay to spend that money or allocate those funds so that I can make that purchase and put my name on the list. And then in 2.5, 3 years, they'll start the build. And then it'll take them another 16 months to actually build the truck and for us to take delivery. So I may not even still be the chief when we take delivery of that truck. And most of you won't be sitting in those chairs when that truck actually arrives. So I have to plan for the future. Planning for the future is I need to budget now for something that we won't actually take delivery of for 44 months or better. So yes, it's a large expenditure, but we have to plan strategically moving forward. That's one of them, all right? Overtime, Henry, you're absolutely right. I do have a lot of overtime. One way that we can combat the overtime is to increase my staffing or my manning, but not increase my minimum staffing levels. So creating float positions while I maintain the same staffing levels as a minimum, but having float positions available to cover those positions. Keep in mind in the fire service, every full-time position basically takes 1.3 persons to cover it between working 24, 48, sick, vacations, training requirements, and all that good stuff. So my normal staffing for what I have, I should have about 15.5 person on each day. I don't. I have 12. So that means overtime to fill those positions. Unfortunately, other departments, if somebody calls in sick, they don't have that person for the day. We don't have that luxury to do that. We have to have minimum staffing requirements so that the apparatus can roll out and we can maintain safety for our crew and be able to effectively do what is required of us on a regular basis. Contract implications, that's already been expressed as well a couple of times tonight. That's still an unknown. We'll discuss that tomorrow during executive session, kind of get a feel for where you guys are at as a policy group, and then we'll go back and finish those negotiations out. That'll also change my staffing number, or not my staffing number, but my salary expenses. That is the top line. If you'll notice in the fire rescue budget, it actually went down this year. It's not going to go down. We just don't know what that number is. Once we get policy direction from you guys, go back and do some collective bargaining, then we'll be able to come back at you guys later with a hard number so that we know what that number is. And then it's been mentioned a few times as well, the SAFER grant, the funding for that is ending. Those 6 people have been employed by the fire rescue and by the village for the last 3 years. The funding for that is ending, so we will be absorbing the cost, or I hope that you guys will, as a policy decision, absorb the cost to bring those employees on. If you look in the bottom blue box of the personnel trends, our number's actually holding heavy. The reason we've got that small uptick in 1 is because I had a person that was out on a workers' comp claim for over a year, and in order to save the overtime of backfilling that position, I actually picked up a person because I honestly didn't think he was going to make it back full-time for us. But he did. He rallied. He met maximum clearance, and he's back working on shift now. So for 1 person, 1 shift, we actually run 1 person heavy right now. And it doesn't actually affect anything because there's pretty much always 1 or 2 people out almost every shift, and that's just saving me on overtime at the moment. Proposed capital projects. Again, bottom blue box. I already mentioned the new engine getting ordered. 4 years ago, we took delivery of engine 20. You guys have all seen it. It's the one that's got the big American flag on the side, and it changes out for breast cancer awareness. It's got pink down the side. For autism awareness for March, it's got the puzzle pieces and all that good stuff. It's an amazing rolling billboard and awareness. That truck 4 years ago was $535,000. Those exact same specs is what I talked to the manufacturer on. That truck is $1.2 million now, and I won't get it for 44 months from order date. So it more than doubled in cost, and it's 4 years for me to get delivered. So that is the projecting long-term strategic planning that I'm supposed to do. That's it now. Whether we finance it now or whether we budget it now or you just give me the go and in 4 years we figure out the funding, that's for Lisa and the manager to hash out, and it's a policy decision on you guys.
Hey, Terry, I did have a quick question on that. From my experience, if you purchase it up front, you get a big discount.
There is a possibility of 4 to 10% savings if we pay for it up front.
Okay.
So there is that savings, but again, you're out that money waiting for 44 months or better for it to arrive.
But they will allow you to pay later, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that's
At that
typically
same
what
price?
we've done because the savings hasn't been there at the time, the weight versus benefit.
But they
wasn't
lock
there.
in the price for you as
Yes.
well? Okay.
Once we sign the contract, the price is locked until we take delivery. Same exact truck, from 535 to $1.2 million in 4 years time frame. Duration of COVID. It's ridiculous. So our CEMP is our comprehensive emergency management plan. We need to get that updated. I'm actually a year behind on that, but being emergency management department of me, it's a little bit tough to do everything else in life and also get that updated. Plus, it's a lot of legalese and a lot of FEMA speak, and I don't speak FEMA. I speak it really well, but I don't speak the legal side of it. So that needs to get updated. I've got some proposals. It's about $67,000, I believe, is the ballpark pricing. Obviously, that'll go out to RFP and stuff, but I'm making you guys aware that's a capital purchase that I hope to get done next year as well. Fuel tanks at Station 20, that fuel tank is 26 years old. It's starting to get a leak on the outer hull. So it's just a matter of time before the inner hull gets a leak, so need to replace that. And that also feeds all of our trucks for the department, but it also feeds our backup generator at Station 20. Rescue jacks are just for extrication. Station remodel, the kitchen is 20 years old. It just needs some love. Contacted some contractors and some kitchen folks, price of doing some remodels and new cabinet stuff of that nature. That's in the budget as well. Asphalt resurfacing has also got some stormwater tied to it. So everything from US 1 rolls down US 1. rolls down from Caribbean, rolls right into the front yard of Station 20 and sometimes into the bay. And because of 87,000-pound trucks in and out the bay for 20 years, we've got little rivers and valleys out front. Want to try to mill it flat, push the water down, and actually put it into a water reserve. Our staff engineer has helped me design it and all that good stuff. He said we can absolutely make it happen. Pricing for that's about $77,000 for the infiltration ditch across the front, resurfacing, milling, and asphalting. So that's in there. Would love to get that done. And then out back, Station 20 is the storage facility that we're trying to propose, 30 by 60 concrete critical facility rated to 200 and elevated to 500-year flood so that we can store spare equipment and our generators that we are getting through an HMGP grant. The grants, we actually have 3 of them in our stations. AJ has the other 3 at his wastewater facilities, and he is building the duplicate. So they're going to be twin buildings. One's going to be behind Station 20. The other one is proposed behind Key Heights building to house AJ's 3 generators, which are for his 6 wastewater stations, and the 3 generators for us are for ours. Obviously, if I don't need them and AJ needs a 4th or a 5th or even a 6th, they're his to utilize, or any of our other village facilities. So that's this slide in a nutshell. Any questions so far?
Council, any questions? Henry?
Without the ladder truck, what have you been doing in the past? Are there any calls for that ladder truck? Have there been?
I'm sorry, I misquoted and said ladder. It's an engine. We're replacing the engine that's at Station 19. We have our ladder truck.
Well, I thought.
Yes, we have our ladder. It's beautiful.
Yes. Yeah, okay. So,
How often do we use it? Not that often, few times a year. But when you need it, you need it. Ground ladders only get me to 35 feet. That'll get me to 75.
what did we do 50 years ago, for instance? I mean, I was here.
You jumped on a tarp and hoped you hit the bullseye.
Okay, I hear you.
I've been to those old museums. I saw it. I wouldn't do it.
I mean, with the volunteer situation that we had years ago.
We had a ladder truck then. We had a bigger truck then than we do now.
Okay, just bring me up to date, that's all.
No worries. When I started, granted 30 plus years ago, we had a 75-foot E1, ladder 5.4. So we've had it for a while here. Prior to that, the buildings weren't that tall. Construction wouldn't allow for it, at least down here anyway.
Chica was the tallest building in Alamorada then.
Until the mid-'70s, when they tried to legalize gambling, and then everybody started building their 6- and 7-story concrete. So that's Seagulls, Futura, all that good stuff.
The tallest building was in Key Largo.
Well, but I'm just saying Alamorada's, but.
Anyway, in Key Largo. And the 3rd floor was designated for gambling
Rock on.
in those years.
I wasn't here then.
I was.
I might not even have been born yet. I'm not sure.
Probably weren't.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, so next slide again was the top left that you guys saw before. That's historic spending over and then proposed as we are. As you see the last blue column there, I am squeaking under my budget. Woohoo! Go Terry, that's a first. All right, and then we're proposed, yes, there's additional spending. That is a bunch of the capital that's factored in there as well. And again, that's a policy decision on you guys, whether we allocate that $1.2 million now, $1.2 million later. But at some point, I respectfully request that we stay ahead of the curve and we order the truck. But again, that's your call, not mine. And then here's where the fun starts. Can you get that to play? All right, quick 2-minute video. You guys watch the video, and I'm just going to talk because we're fire rescue, and that's what I do. All right, so again, super proud of our staff and all the amazing things that we do in our community with our few people that we have on staff and a whole lot of heart. Personnel is myself, my number 2, Assistant Chief Jason Lyman, Miss Debbie, my fire inspector, my logistics officer, 3 captains, 6 lieutenants, 17 paramedics, 11 EMTs, 4 on-call personnel, and about 15 really dedicated volunteers. Hopefully soon, a new training chief. State certifications obtained by our staff this year: 3 fire officer 1s, 5 hazmat techs, 160 hours each. 3 fire inspectors, 3 fire inspector 2s, 3 fire instructors, 1 safety officer has been obtained and 3 live fire training instructors. We've had 784 hours of training conducted by our staff outside of Monroe County. We've had 640 hours of training conducted inside Monroe County, but not in the village. 560 hours of boat training at no cost. Thank you, Coast Guard Station Alamrada. In-house in Alamrada Fire Rescue, we've had 9,798 hours of training conducted by our staff. Combined, that's 11,782 hours of training conducted this year by my staff that I just mentioned. All right, 1,640 calls to service with an average response time of 4 minutes, 19 seconds. That's about 6 minutes less than the national average. Fire prevention has done 177 life safety plan reviews, 386 inspections, including your vacation rentals, 81 fire and life safety inspections. We have had 23 fire and EMS watches. We've done fireworks permits and multiple filming permits and standbys for filming permits. We've had 46 records requests fulfilled. We've hosted 14 CPR, first aid, and AED training classes. They're open to the public throughout the county. We've conducted training for every football and baseball and lacrosse coach in the Upper Keys. We've trained all the staff of TVM, all their teachers, all of their aides, and now we're working on their students as well. We've hosted 4 hurricane reentry classes for our residents, so post-natural disaster, they can come back early, help themselves, help them neighbors, and hopefully be better prepared. We've hosted advanced life support classes. We've hosted low-frequency, high-risk pediatric process classes, active shooter and hostile environment classes, and I've taught 4 different classes for the emergency management within the county for EM training, oftentimes teaching their own staff. We hosted the 9/11 ceremony, the Veterans Day ceremony, Halloween, give away the glow sticks, keep the kids safe. The Santa Ride, we've assisted in the Memorial Day ceremony, Labor Day celebration, participated in Art Under the Oaks, the Giant Nautical Market, PKS Color Run, Seafood Festival, the Art Show, Island Fest, Bay Jam, 7 Mile Run, Swim Across America, Gold Star Event, National Night Out. 4th of July, Swim for Alligator, Wounded Warrior, Trunk or Treat, Ocean Fest, Mariners Run, Moose Bacon Fest, one of my favorite, half marathon, 10K, 5K runs times about 4, Holiday Fest, again the Santa Ride because it's awesome, it's worth mentioning twice, Toys for Tots, and reading to the kids at St. James and at the library, Safety Week for Fire Week in October at PKS, TVM, and St. James, outreach to the youth with our MCSO partners in crime in the back, and Fire Day Camp here at Founders Park with our Parks and Rec folks. And we, of course, are at every home football game with Coral Shores and one of our favorites, the Special Olympics. We have 3 volunteers currently that are enrolled in the Hot Shots program in Marathon. We have 5 of our current employees that are EMTs enrolled in paramedic school. Today is their first day, so the next 12, 14 months is going to be a real pain for them. We have the AFG grant for equipment. That's been completed. The SAFER grant is wrapping up. As you guys are aware, we have multiple HMGP grants, one for station generators and upgrades, 2,000-gallon fuel tank at Station 21. We have a safe room and floodproofing for Station 20. We also have a floodproofing grant for 19 and 21. They're entering into Phase 1. We had a seizure and forfeiture grant from Monroe County Sheriff's Office. We have a Florida Department of Health life-saving equipment grant that we've procured and received training from. We have tactical combat medic training that we received. That goes back to the active shooter stuff. And the last 2 years, if you add it up, we have collected and or have promised to us over $3 million in grants. So we get some ROI on what we do. Station 20 building, we've already discussed that. That's in motion. That's out to RFP as we speak. So is our medical director. Too soon? She's not here. All right, so is our medical director. All right, we have the purchase for Rescue 21 that was ordered in the fall of 22. It is finally here. It is in service. It's at Station 21. It's beautiful. Please come by and check it out. We're getting $190,000 back through state appropriations through Representative Mooney's office. The purchase of the 2025 Ford F-250 that was ordered in the fall of 22 finally arrived, and it is now in service as well. It's at Station 21. Let's see, the engine, I already talked about that. I've got to order it now, but we won't see it for 4 years. We have an ISO that was conducted this year, giving us a rating of 2 out of 10, with 1 being the best, and we rock-starred that. Chief Lyman's going to go over that more. Cost recovery efforts for fire inspections, $526,000. Cost recovery for EMS calls, $276,000. $257,000. And believe it or not, fire rescue still does not have a Dalmatian. You guys think we all wash trucks and pet our dog, and we don't have a dog. We wash a heck of a lot of trucks, all right? So call volumes by call type. Lots of pretty colors, lots of smaller wedges in the pie. Breaks down basically 1,640 calls. 69% of those calls are EMS calls. So those are us going out Humpty Dumpty and helping people. Obviously our medical calls, more serious calls, are unfortunately in the winter months when our older population is here. Our trauma calls increase during the summer when the younger population is here. Hold my beer, watch this. And our dive emergencies increase over the summer months. 31% are our fire calls, our smoke calls, our public assist, our water emergencies, our MVAs, and our fire alarms. So that's what that pretty pie chart right there breaks down and represents. And then this is ISO. I'm going to have Chief Lyman step up because he has spent 6 or 9 months of his life dealing with all the number crunching and everything that goes along with that. So he's going to go and start explaining this for me.
Hey, Chief, before you come, both you guys come, I just want to say one thing that probably hasn't been mentioned, but I want to comment on you guys going down and spraying when they had problems trenching by the Theater of the Sea. I had people call me and say thank you. They saw Alamorada fire trucks there pumping water to help those guys out and protect our dolphin, right? Okay, so I was out of town and they called me and said, we just want to we've never worked with anybody better in Alamorada than you guys going down there and doing what you did. So thank you.
Yeah, no worries. That was the curator called me at 10:45, and she's like, Terry, and I'm like, what's going on? Thinking something's burning or somebody's real hurt. She's like, they're making dust, Terry, and the dolphins are getting sick. You got to help me. I'm like, give me 20 minutes. I'll have a truck there. So we showed up and we hung out for a few hours, and hopefully we helped mitigate. Chief Lyman.
Thank you. Yeah, we are a full-service agency. So we can sit here and tell you how great your department is and show you cool pictures. Thank you, Eduardo, for putting that together on a short notice. Or we can show you how we measure up. ISO, or Insurance Services Organization, is an independent third-party group that grades every fire department in the country. The data and ratings that they issue are what sets the fire department insurance rates for the designated fire protection area. They call these surveys, but in reality, it's an in-depth inspection of every facet of a department: equipment, records, personnel, training, infrastructure, and witnessed evolutions by the inspector. The inspector can ask us to perform any task, and we have to get to work on the spot. Our most recent survey took place in fall of 2023, the results of which were effective on the 1st of this month. The inspections take place about every 5 years, and this is the third that I have been tasked with leading. It usually takes 6 months to prepare all of the data and documents leading up to the site inspection. However, it is the ongoing capability of the department that is being evaluated, so the work being measured never stops. This cycle saw some revisions in the scoring scale and an added emphasis on having a fully staffed ladder truck respond on all first alarm assignments. While we do have the equipment, we do not yet have the staffing dedicated solely to responding on that truck. It is currently part of a second alarm assignment. Despite that deduction, we have achieved an ISO rating of 2. Of the 37,730 fire departments in the United States, only 2,570 have a ranking of 1 or 2. That puts us in the top 6.81% of departments nationwide. On the screen and on the sheets I handed out, you will see a breakdown of our score. Some of these items are within our control, some are in the hands of our partners. You will note the lines within the graph that indicate our peers, the state and national average, and then our score. The peer group, our neighbors, is represented by the solid line. The statewide average is the small dotted line, and the national average is the dashed line. The top bar, community risk reduction, refers to our codes, our inspection program, our inspection frequency, and programs such as our partnership with Broward Sheriff's Office for our juvenile fire center program. Thank God we've never had to employ that agreement. The next bar is the water score. This is the infrastructure that's in the ground that is present or not, the frequency it is maintained, and our performance of consistent flow testing. Much of this score is out of our hands except for our ability to deliver a required fire flow beyond 1,000 feet from a hydrant and our routine testing procedures. The next bar is 100% on us as a village. This is a direct measure of our department and our ability to perform what is expected of us and constitutes the bulk of the overall rating. It breaks down into engine company equipment, reserve pumpers, pump capacity, ladder company equipment, reserve ladder, deployment analysis, personnel, training, and operational considerations. We scored the maximum points in every category except for reserve pumpers, deployment, and personnel. Reserve pumpers is self-explanatory. We don't have one, so we lose a half a point. There are areas that we can influence and where we consistently have room for improvement in our deployment and personnel. I quote, "Deployment is the examination of the distribution of engine and ladder or service stations locations within 1.5 miles for engine companies and 2.5 miles for ladder or service companies. Due to the linear nature of our service area," end quote. "Due to the linear nature of our service area, the solution to the deployment issue is more fire stations positioned closer together, but that's not likely to happen, and not even we would recommend undertaking that expense." I quote, "For personnel, the credit for company personnel reviews the average number of existing firefighters and company officers available to respond to a reported first alarm structure fire in the response area," end quote. Personnel is a policy decision. Adding or eliminating staff is up to you. Any reduction in staffing would have a detrimental effect on the score, and in turn, the insurance rates of our residents and businesses. An increase in staffing would boost our score in one of the few areas that we can still show improvement. NFPA standard says that there should be 4 on an engine, 4 on a ladder, and 2 on an EMS unit. Currently, we run 2 on an engine and 2 on an EMS unit. That's it. We recognize that we are not likely to ever reach those staffing levels and acknowledge that it's difficult to justify. Some may be inclined to think that our call volume does not warrant those numbers, but guess what? It only takes one call to change your life forever. Fire burns at the same temperature in Alamorada as it does in Miami. All the other hazards are present as well, albeit in smaller volume, and we address them with a fraction of the people. Except for trains. Our train blew away in 1935. Now, for me personally, during my time riding the trucks instead of riding a desk, I had 2 exposures, which is where a patient's blood or fluid gets onto a pathway into my body. The effects of that are months of prophylactic medicine and the inability to do anything with your wife for that 6-month period. In addition, I've had 3 workers' comp injuries resulting in 2 surgeries, PTSD, and a battle with job-related cancer. To say the risks are lower here in Alamorada because we run fewer calls is simply uninformed. The notion that these men and women should not be paid the same as mainland firefighters is upsetting. The final bar on your chart is the Emergency Communications Center. The ECC in Monroe County is run by the sheriff and is clearly in good hands. We continue to work together on improvements in technology and efficiency to get the calls processed and get us out the door as quickly as possible. In summary, this village is getting what it pays for, and then some. While the fire department may be a significant portion of the overall village tax burden, we are certain you will find similar or greater tax ratios within our peer groups that we were directly measured against. We think our results are something we can be proud of as a village, and with your guidance, we will continue to move the bar upward, improving that score and continuing to provide you with the services that Alamorada deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Now's where I come back and ask, any questions?
Any questions?
I have a quick question. Jason, the first thing you said was something about, thank God we have never had to initiate that employment agreement. It may be something with a
Juvenile Fire Center program. It's an agreement we have with Broward Sheriff's Office. It's basically an MOU that we established and maintain, and it's part of the community risk reduction portion of the survey.
Well, okay, why do you, can you tell me more about that? I don't understand why you tell me more. I don't understand what you're saying, why you're saying, thank God we never had to initiate that. Is that?
Well, obviously, if we encounter a troubled youth that is starting fires, we need to address that. So this program brings in professionals to deal with that directly.
Okay.
It's out of our it's not out of our hands, but it's out of our purview. It's not something we're appropriately trained for. They are.
Okay, got it. Thanks. I'm just unfamiliar with that. And then I just love the list that you gave, Terry, about all the stuff that you show up at. It's great. Thanks. That's really nice for you to, that is a long list, and yeah, it's great. Thanks.
Thank you.
I want to say something that I appreciate you guys greatly, and I know the community does. And I got to know you from the Julian Garcia fundraiser. You're a wonderful person. You give to this community, and I think this community owes you guys a ton of thanks. We have some of the best people that we could hope for, and I thank you both very much.
We do. We have amazing staff. We absolutely do.
Anybody else? Well, I can say that, man, my heart goes out to you guys, because I know what just one shower curtain, breathing the gases from that, or stuff that you just talked about, Jason, can be in your lungs for over 7 years and can cause cancer. So people don't realize, firefighter, we don't have any fires here. But listen, when you go in a building and there's bullets going off, or two of my cousins are city firefighters that Jason knows from New York City, okay, and they worked in 9/11. All right, guys, we don't have it doesn't matter whether it's Alameda, Florida, or New York, man. When they go in a building to save lives, they're putting their own lives at risk. So my hat goes off to you guys. I know we do have a spectacular department here, and they're well trained. They're just very, their personalities, all of them, Chief, are like, they care. And that's a resemblance of you and the leadership in this town.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Assistant Chief Jason, okay?
All right, next up is Parks and Rec.
Well, thank you for having me here tonight, and my presentation hopefully will not be too long. Well, back this way? Oh, other way. Great. This is our first slide. I'm going to kind of go briefly through this because I have a presentation that kind of follows up on all this. So I'll kind of go briefly through it. Basically, the spending history for the last 2 years, overall for the last several years, the increase has been 12.12%. And that, from what I see over the last many years, has been most of our capital projects that we do here at the park. Our general maintenance and upkeep of all the facilities go up every year. Our services expand every year. We expand on our services, our special events, our programs, everything we do here at the park, and personnel. And that also at that bottom over there when it says personnel trends, the last 2 years we did, last year we asked for a full-time maintenance worker, and this year we are putting into request for a facility recreation attendant. So that's why the increases, last year's increase, we did go up. So the highlights of this coming budget, 24-25, real quickly, as I just mentioned, is we are requesting a full-time facility recreation attendant. Also, an increase in our professional services account for consultant and engineering services for all our projects that we have going on. An increase to our special events account. And also our capital outlay requests. They include for the pool, maintenance equipment, and new recreation software for our office. Also, I will be covering in more detail the proposed capital projects. They are solar lighting fixture replacement project, ADA inclusive beach playground, pickleball complex resurfacing repairs project, a basketball court resurfacing project, pool resurfacing, and locker room renovation project. I just touched base on the expenditures earlier. From this year, we do have some of the projects that I will go over are moving, that were budgeted last year, but they will be moved forward to this year. And that is the solar light project, and the playground project is one of them. And also personnel vacancies are lifeguards or recreation coordinator position has been empty, and a lot of our part-time positions. So that's where we're at with that. So basically, this is kind of what we do here, Founders Park. Founders Park is the gem of Islamorada. The department's function is to enhance the quality of life for our residents by providing safe and attractive parks, recreation, and activities. Our goal is to provide the highest quality recreation services to our residents and visitors. So in brief, this is what we do here. At the park, we provide amenities, programs, and special events. And these are just some highlights of our staff. Some of our events that we do include our Beats on the Bay, our great aquatic facility, our egg hunt that we do. So it kind of highlights everything we do here on a yearly basis. The next slide is our organizational chart. As you can see, we're a pretty large department. We do a lot here. It's broken down into basically 3 different categories: aquatics, recreation, and maintenance. Our aquatic staff, we have a certified pool operator. Her name is Anna. Our senior lifeguard position is open right now. It's vacant. Our lifeguard 2 is Thomas. We have one lifeguard, one position that is, we have a second lifeguard 2 position that is vacant. So right now we have 2 vacant full-time lifeguard positions that are open that we really are trying to fill right now. Also under our aquatics section, we have our contractual services instructors that we talked about earlier. They include aquatics, our master's program coach, our youth swim program, learn to swim coach, our aquatics fitness instructor, springboard diving, synchronized swimming, and free diving program. That's all under our pool. And then also on our recreation side, we have tennis, pickleball, and fitness. So that is 9 contractual service instructors that are under our direction as well. And they provide all our recreational programs and swim programs. Again, they are contractual, they are not employees. And as we mentioned earlier, that it's a 90-10 split. So we bring in revenue by all their programs that they offer. Okay, under the recreation side of things, obviously everybody knows Annie, great staff, great person, does an awesome job here. She does so much. We couldn't do what we do here without her. Then it goes down to office coordinator, Alicia, and we just hired our recreation program coordinator, that's Jane. We have our facility recreation attendants, there's 2 of them, and that's Anna and Dawn. Brock is our facility attendant security person. He does a great job with keeping the park safe and enforcing the rules. We are asking for another full-time recreation facility attendant that I'll get into as well. And we do have part-time attendants that help us also. Right now, we still have a arts and cultural coordinator position that's part-time, that is vacant. That has been vacant for over a year, and we've been trying to interview and accept applications for that. And then in the summer, we offer a great summer recreation camp, and our seasonal camp and camp counselors, we usually hire about 12 of them. So that increases our number of staff through the summer. And then we go to our maintenance staff, and the maintenance guy it's a small crew. We have a maintenance chief, and then 5 other facility workers. They do everything in the park. It's over 40 acres, and they take care of everything in the park and also the marina. They do help out at the marina. So again, that's our staff, and very proud of them, do a great job here. We offer a lot of programs, and they're great people and provide a great service. Okay, keep talking about this personnel person that we would like to hire. And basically, this is a person that is, hands-on, boots on the ground type person. Their duties, as all the other, like the recreation attendant duties, they collect park fees, they do general maintenance in the park, supervision of the park, customer service to our residents and visitors. They work in the office, they work at the gate, and the programming. All these positions here at the Parks Department, we all work weekends, holidays, and late hours when it comes to all our events. And the reason why we're asking for this full-time position is we do have part-time positions open, but we cannot fill them. And it's a problem that we're finding in the last year and a half is filling these part-time roles. We just can't find people to apply for them, so we figure if we can take away 2 of the part-time positions and offer 1 full-time position, that I think it'd be more of an incentive for people to apply for it because of all the benefits that are included with the full-time position. It's a more desirable position because of the insurance and the other things that come with it. So that's why we're asking for this full-time facility attendant. If you approve this position, then we will cut back on our part-time hours, so we'll adjust those hours. So basically, we're kind of taking from our part-time hours and putting it into the full-time. So I think we can cover that within the budget that we have. And impact, again, it's just trying to keep our facilities going here, providing the best service we can, and it takes people, it takes staff to do that. And if we don't have the staff to, greet people at the gate or greet people in the office, then we can't do our jobs. And as it shows, if we don't have the lifeguards like we don't have at the pool right now, it affects our services, and that's just a big part of it. So as I mentioned before, professional services, this is a big account that we have here. This year, we're asking for an increase of $450,000, and this is because of all the projects that we are doing here at the park. The master plan consulting services, we just got an agreement with them, Miller Legg, and we're going to be working on our master plan. So, and that's in the works right now. We did put in the budget for after the master plan, if the village council decide to move forward with any of their suggestions or things that they want to do, new renovations, new projects, we did put in $50,000 for engineering costs, just in case. And also, what we mentioned earlier was the pool resurfacing and renovation project. We do have a consultant for that, RJS Design and Consultants, working on the scope of work and all the details of that. We should probably have something real close next month to be able to present and be able to continue so that we can share all the designs and what we're doing there. The leak detection services for the pool, that's again with the pool resurfacing project. We need to get professionals to come in there and let us know where all the leaks are and check out all the equipment, and that'll help with the scope of work, what really needs to be done. Our police security details in there. This is the first year that we are putting in for professional services because this year that we did have police help us on the weekends, enforce our policies on the beach and throughout the park. They did a great job helping us. And also for our events, we do hire officers for our events. So that's why the police security detail is in there, this budget. Also under the professional services is our contractual services that I talked about before, the synchro, swim, dive, tennis, pickleball, fitness, all that is underneath there. So basically, it's a $450,000 increase from last year, but those are the reasons why. Special events. This year we are requesting an increase of $35,000 for our special events, and mainly it's due to increased expenses, supplies, production, the band, the DJ, all our services, police, rentals, all the equipment that we rent and what we do here for all our events. These are our proposed events for this year. A lot of it is kind of what we did last year with our Beats on the Bay series. We have 6 shows from November to April. Our village parade float, we always participate in the chamber Holiday Fest parade, and we always win, so we do a good job with that. So our Spring Fest egg hunt event, July 4th celebration, we collaborate with the Rotary Club on that. And our teen special events. Last year we were only able to do 1. This year we hope to do more. And they include our outdoor movies, pool parties, etc. Again, if we do not have, for some reason we don't approve the extra funding, then we will, try to work with what we have, maybe downsize some of the events, just work around it. So those are the things that we're requesting from you all. Okay, capital projects. A capital project. Obviously, we have a lot going on here at Founders Park. We've been having a lot going on for the last several years. The park is going on 23 years old, so that means updating the facilities that we have. So, capital projects. This is our list. Silver lighting fixture replacement project. We budgeted $350,000 for this year. We have not been able to finish that project yet. It's scheduled to be completed the end of September, beginning of October. So we're just carrying over the funds from last year. The Founders Park ADA Inclusive Beach Playground, $600,000. Last year we budgeted about $550,000. Again, we didn't do that project yet, so that's why we're carrying it over to this coming year. And we just were awarded TDC funding for this project for $497,771. So majority of it's going to be covered under TDC funding. And we also want to wait till after our capital, after our the planning, overall planning for the park to see if that's going to change at all when it comes to location. I am requesting now for a pickleball complex resurfacing project. Basically, this is just maintenance. Right now, it just includes the existing facilities, the surface repairs, replacing the chain link fence, and repainting of the courts and lines. Basically, it's maintenance. The facility right now is about 4.5 years old. There's cracking going on, fading, just needs a touch-up, and that's what I'm requesting for. And then the basketball court resurfacing project, same thing. It's about 7 years old, so again, it's fading, cracking, and needs repair. And I'd like to upgrade the goals with that and resurface the basketball court lines and the pickleball court lines. And I know that's probably part of the question maybe is why are we going to do that with this park planning that's going on, and maybe some of these facilities may be moved. But this is more of a maintenance project. It's like keeping up our facilities. Our buildings need to be painted. If you have maintenance with the pool, this is just what needs to be done after a period of time. If we don't spend that money, and from what I see, when it comes to projects here, everything takes longer than what we think. So any type of new projects that are probably going to happen could be anywhere from 2 to 3 years. So not to do anything to these facilities, I don't think will be proven. It's just, I think we would get a lot of complaints in the future about the way they look. And another is the pool resurfacing renovation project that we talked about earlier. And this includes resurfacing the pool, renovations to the locker room, the pump room, additional space for our enclosed space for our lifeguards, break area, and first aid. So, and that's estimated at $2 million. So these are our major capital projects that we request to be funded for this coming year. And capital outlay, as in this is equipment to keep for the park. The ultraviolet, we're looking at changing our chlorinating system at our splash pad. We'd like to upgrade it to an ultraviolet disinfection system for the splash pad. It's basically upgrading the filter system, and that's any new facilities that are going in with splash pads, the Department of Health is requiring this. So this is something that we want to do to upgrade our facility that we have now. The Parks and Recreation software for our office, it's basically a software that will help our all our operations when it comes into the office, registration, payment for all our programs, anything that we do outside in the park when it comes to our tiki hut, the tiki rentals and so forth, organizing of all our programs that we do, the fields. So it would help us get more organized. And for our maintenance crew, they're requesting a carry-all club car. This is a utility cart, not a vehicle. The car, it's for maintenance operations. For the pool, we always replace 2 heat pumps every year. It's just a cycle that we do to keep our heating and cooling system up and running. And then also basically a manual vacuum for our pool, because that's something that we just do as well, just keep up with our maintenance. And that's it for me. So if you have any questions or concerns, I know I kind of went through it fast, I'm sorry, but.
Any questions for Maria? No. All right, thank you, Maria.
No? Okay.
That's very in detail.
All right, thank you.
Do you have any short public comment?
I don't think so, man.
John, can we have a short public comment?
No, the mayor has advised no. Yeah. Yeah, this. Yeah, there's no action being taken on this. So.
Lisa from the Marina will be speaking next.
Everyone, I'm going to make this short and sweet. Not that I'm not having a great time, but so we are not really asking. Our Marina budget's pretty easy. We're not really asking for a lot. I am asking for an extra person. We are much busier than we have been in the past and working 10/7s. I can't have 2 people here if I have anybody off. You know, it's hard to schedule everybody off without working a lot of overtime. So I am asking for an extra person. And then, you know, my projects are really nothing major. I'm working with IT to get new Wi-Fi for the marina, and the tiki hut that is down there just needs to be renovated. Nothing new, just redoing what we have. And that's pretty much what I got. I mean, I don't know how to work this thing, but. And we're done. You know, as you can see, the marina stays way under budget. You know, we do what we can. We don't take any money out of the general fund, so an extra person would not come from the general fund. It would come out of the taxpayers' money. The marina would pay for that themselves. That's.
No. No.
Great job.
Thanks, you guys.
Next, Public Works.
Yep. Last but not least. Yes.
All right, good evening. So with Public Works, we have a few budgets. I think it's 5 total that we operate under Public Works and wastewater. We'll go through the first one as just our general Public Works. We're not asking for any increases or anything special of that nature. Most of what we'll have and all of these budgets are going to be proposed capital projects and equipment purchases. So we'll be looking at replacing 2 mowers, some attachments for our skid steer milling and a stump grinder. We'll be looking at doing maintenance for Village Hall. It's still on the original paint job and the ceiling of it. So it'll be sandblasting, painting, maintenance, fixing any cracks or anything of that nature. Also on here, because we've been discussing it for quite a few years, is requests for purchasing of land for Public Works to have a maintenance shop, and then also the engineering to kind of determine size of facilities and what's required with that. Another project with Village Hall will be renovating the 2nd floor. They're in need of additional office space for there, and then also adding a public restroom. So Village Hall currently doesn't have a public restroom, so we'll be looking at trying to put an addition on kind of on the 1st floor. We have a kind of a preliminary spot picked out for that, but to allow to have a public restroom at Village Hall. And then the last one I have here is also additional funding for landscaping along our public right-of-way and our conservation properties. If you look at our spending history with the FY 22-23 and the 23-24, you'll notice that there's like a big jump down. And that drop is because we had started shifting money around for the transportation fund. So a good majority of what Public Works does is related to transportation, our roadways, and our maintenance. So as we get to that one, you'll see an increase as well. Our next fund that we have is our solid waste fund. This is contracted out, and I know we've discussed the slight increase that Island Disposal, who provides our service, will be conducting. The next one we have is our stormwater fund. There'll be no changes in requested in this budget, but just to give an update, actually our next council meeting, we'll be bringing back our agreement for the stormwater management master plan, which will be looking into all of our stormwater requirements and making recommended changes for projects, funding sources, and things of that nature. So this time next year, we'll be looking at requesting and doing projects for the future. Our next fund is our transportation fund. Again, if you look at the spending chart on it, you'll see an increase and jump there. And that's more or less just outline the portion of Public Works' responsibilities that pertain to transportation. The funding source for that is our gas tax that has earmarked for transportation related only. And our last one would be our wastewater utility fund. You know what? Thank you. I forgot to swap through them. But our wastewater utility fund, we're not requesting any additional on personnel as well there. We're actually looking at hiring and filling 2 positions that are empty currently, and hopefully we'll be fully staffed here again for that. Proposed capital projects that we have for wastewater is the addition of security cameras and our badge entrance at our wastewater pump stations. Kind of the sister building to Terry's, our storage building for our generators, will be located at our Middle Plantation Key pump station. The hardening of the pump stations, which is an HMGP grant fund, is those 3 generators. We're in the middle of that. They've actually started this week, this week they started the first of the 6 with the installation of the MTSs, the manual transfer switch for those generators. and that's a grant-funded project as well. The last two projects are a long ongoing project, is to update our transfer station to the inline booster pump station, and we've been working with Key Largo on that, and we're coming to I think the final agreement with them, and looking forward to moving forward with that project. And that's all I have for you guys, unless you guys have questions.
Any questions for AJ?
Just one. You mentioned early on that you need some land for a facility. Ideally, if the budget fairies were to come in the middle of the night and sprinkle money dust over your proposed budget, how much land would you need, and where would it ideally be located in the village?
Size-wise, everything that I've looked at, comparable and available space, would, at the very bare minimum, would have to be 1.5 acres, which doesn't leave a lot of space, a lot of areas. And that would house a public works facility, maintenance shop, and everything else for our equipment, materials. Ideally, it would be in the northern area and Plantation Key area. That is the majority of our residential population, and a lot of the area that we maintain is very heavy in that area. We do also maintain and kind of have a southern area, like a remote station, that we maintain for all the outside of Founders Park. We maintain all the other parks and right away, and that, so that would be the ideal location.
So are you saying you need two places?
Well, we currently operate out of Green Turtle Hammock for our southern area, and it's been mentioned that to try to find a much smaller, just a more remote size property for them to be able to operate out of there. And the reasoning for that is to prevent bringing equipment and trailering back and forth from Lower Mat to Plantation Key, or if you need something, a lot of back and forth.
Ideally, where would that be, that small?
It would probably be in the Upper Mat area.
Okay, just curious, putting it under my hat.
Henry, go ahead.
Well, it's my old question. Where are we in negotiations, either one, if you can address it, with Key Largo in reference to wastewater?
It's a continuing conversation, Councilman Rosenthal. I mean, the first thing we're trying to do with Key Largo wastewater is to negotiate resolution to some technological or some technology improvements that we have to have, some infrastructure work. There's a discussion that's happening around some booster pumps and macerators, and Key Largo upgrading their site, and whether what we're doing can be done in conjunction with what they're already planning, or they need to modify their plans. So that conversation is taking place first. We're trying to make sure that the infrastructure improvements are being coordinated, that what we're doing is acceptable to them and would not cost them additional money in terms of upgrading their facility. Once we get past that, and I anticipate we're on the precipice of that, we'll continue to pursue the question of whether there is a potential ability to absorb our operations into theirs, or some kind of solution to where AJ's staffing needs are met by way of either contract or some other relationship with Key Largo where they would assume responsibility. Those conversations are very preliminary. We have a lot to do in that area before it can come to fruition.
Okay. You know, we keep fixing things with a lot of dollars. Is there any kind of a maintenance program that you can, I don't think you have one. And if
Oh,
you have
we
one, you can
100%
tell
have
me you
one.
have
Yeah, we 100% have one.
You don't have one.
No, we do. 100% we do have a maintenance program.
You do have a maintenance program.
Yes, we have a preventative maintenance program. Our guys, that's the majority of the work they perform, is a preventative maintenance.
Okay, well, I just want to.
No, we're not a reactive. It's the preventative maintenance has caused a lot of the repair and maintenance to go way down from when we first took it over. When it was an outside contracted, they were more of a reactive and did a lot less preventative maintenance, and the expenses were much greater.
Okay, Well, it's good to hear. Thank you.
AJ, I'll say that because I've seen them go around and check the breathers or check, take the lid off the thing, or they put those little valves on there now. It shows the pressure and everything. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Anyways, any other questions for AJ? AJ, what when you just said property, I mean, I thought you'd probably want 2 or 3 acres, something that you have room that you could expand or.
2 acres would be the ideal, but as a minimum, absolute minimum, I think 1.5 acres would be tight. There wouldn't be that room for any growth or anything of that nature, but I think that would meet our requirements today.
All right. Mr. Cole, you have anything you want to say?
No, I'm good, thank you. Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. I think we're good.
Good.
Public comment, sir?
John?
I'd like to hear from the 4 council people besides you, buddy.
Man, I'm running this meeting.
Yeah, you're running it into the ground.
Excuse me. Be careful, Van.
It's the same. It's not required. It's not something normally done at a workshop. There's no decisions are going to be made today, obviously, as a workshop.
I'm fine with it.
I defer to the discretion of the mayor.
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, go ahead, Van. But from now on, I want to say something before you start. We have an agenda right here. Public comment was the 3rd item, okay? All right, if we're going to do it, we need to follow, if we're following our agenda, that's the only place that I see public comment. And if we approve this agenda when we start our meeting, then I think we need to follow our agenda. Okay, we made things, we changed things with public comment. We can't at the whim of somebody raising their hand or something want public comment. We either stick to the rules and regulations and follow them, all right, or we're going to be changing stuff all the time, and that's how we get into problems. Go ahead, Van.
Well, I wish you'd have remembered that with Brad Daughtry about Sunset Beach, because we wouldn't have had a problem there either. But that's neither here nor there. Okay, wastewater is what I want to address, and the expenses exceed revenue budgeted last year by $1,124,000. This year, the budget shows expenditures of $3 million more than the revenue, and that's with transferring $1 million from the capital fund. We don't have the money to keep up with Key Largo's requirements for us. And I sincerely hope that we can get some kind of a agreement with Key Largo that benefits Islamorada, because I warned about this before we ever put any pipes in the ground from Lower Matacumbe to Key Largo, that this was going to happen. And now we're $3 million more than the revenue we have allotted for this project. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to follow up on the discussion about public comment or not during workshops. The primary purpose of a workshop is for you 5, is so that you can get the information, you can talk to each other, you can take the deep dive, you can ask the questions of staff that you need to in order to make the business of the village. I mean, these are very important decisions that the 5 of you are going to be making over the next 2 weeks or so when we set the budget. So, that's the reason for workshops being a little bit different than your action meetings, because it's really for you all to get the information to make your decisions. And then when we have the decisions, there's obviously public comment available there, and then the public can reach out to you at any point between now and then. Your email addresses are on the website. There's obviously ample opportunity to contact you all.
Okay, well, John, the reason I said that, because I go by the agenda that's given to me put together by staff, knowing our rules and regulations. Every one of us council people know, okay, we put a moratorium. We voted on a moratorium on different things. Are we just going to change a moratorium like we're going to change a public comment procedure? Are we going to change this or change that? If we don't start having some unitivity here, some being unified and following our rules and procedures, you know, we're all over the place. Okay, we agreed on what we passed, that they have to have the thing turned in. Well, here it is. The third item is public comment, and then we're all of a sudden we're changing things as we go. How can we continue doing this? But we talk about, you know, the trees, Mark, or we talk about this. Elizabeth wants to talk about that. But why are we change certain things, but we don't change other things? And Mark, I appreciate that you said it came back, because I'm just following an agenda, but the people want to get mad at me, okay? And then we say, okay, from now on, I want to follow the agenda, the rules of the order here of running the meeting according to our agenda. I think it's only fair of us, and John just explained it, that this is for us, this workshop, for the residents too, but it's for us to ask questions. And public comment was at the beginning of the meeting, not every tab. Thank you. Anybody else have anything they want to comment about this?
I will. The basis of this government is founded on the people and what they have to say. I can tell you, I've changed my mind on several times in the last 4 years for listening to public comment, something I didn't know that was brought up to me, and I said, damn, that guy or lady has something to say. These people left their house, got in their car, drove here, and they can't say anything. Now, I'm trying to, I agree with you, don't misunderstand me. But I do feel that public comment should be taken throughout these meetings.
Henry, it is, there's public comment right here on our agenda.
I understand. Listen, I tell you, who made the agenda? Did you?
No, I didn't make it, staff makes it.
I didn't, well, and you,
Okay. And it's public comment. And you know what? We have rules. We put a moratorium on things so people come in here and come up to the mic and say, hey, I've been waiting 3 years, you got a moratorium, but I want mine, because, you know, we can't, we either follow the rules and regulations or procedures, okay, or we don't.
So staff,
True.
So staff put it there, and that's the rule. That's what.
No, that's not. We agreed on this. Our predecessors did. This is the protocol that we've been following.
Right.
It's within the discretion of the mayor. Sometimes there's exceptional cases. I think it's it is a workshop. This is for us. We have to conduct a business. But, you know, you have to give a little something to someone who sits through this. This is not edge of your seat, you know, kind of Academy Award winning stuff. So, you know, I have some sympathy for that.
Mark, you know how many times I've let people speak at public comment, and I've taken flack from other people calling me and saying, hey, you let so-and-so talk, but you don't let me talk, or you don't, whatever. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Right, I don't actually see an agenda for tomorrow night, so were we going to be receiving an agenda? Because if it's just council discussion, that could really go south. I would love an agenda.
We don't need these, we don't?
Well, I mean, this is obvious, well, like tomorrow, we're coming in, we have no agenda for tomorrow, and I would really request that it not just be a wide open discussion, because it'll
That
be,
might be loads of fun.
I'm pretty sure it won't be loads of
Can we
fun.
talk about something? Because I just asked Lisa, I didn't know what we're doing Friday, but Friday is the 501c3s coming to do presentations. I didn't know that. A vice mayor said she didn't know
I
that.
have no idea.
Is it?
It is?
Yeah, he didn't.
Well, where's the info? Can we have the info? Sorry, that sounded so rude.
So is there anything, I'd like to go.
We agreed on that. This is not it's a surprise to remember it.
Right. No, I understand.
Did you know that was happening?
I remember it now that we're talking about it, but I'd forgotten it.
We didn't decide,
Okay.
we don't know who,
So,
what, when.
Mr. Cole, can we, if we finish, or Lisa, you can chime in on this too. If what do we have tomorrow? If we finish this today, what is tomorrow besides our executive session at 6?
This will be the discussion for the millage rate or whatever else you want to discuss about what projects you want to agree to, or
Okay.
it's up to council.
So the idea originally with this agenda was that we were going to work through each of the steps in the agenda so far, and there would be a break at some point, and we would have picked up on the next department presentation tomorrow.
Right.
So instead, where we are today is we've gone through all of them, not thinking we were going to go through them that quickly, leaving our time tomorrow for discussion of the millage rate. And where do we want to go with that? And what does that mean for these various departmental presentations if we're not going to be at 3? What are we doing? We're heading towards another target potentially, but we'll have to hear from council, give you opportunity to provide more feedback, ask more questions if you feel you need to. I think we also still have the capital part here that we haven't gone over yet. So if we were ending now, then we would pick up with capital tomorrow first thing, because that's the agenda that we had, was just to continue through this.
Okay.
And then that leads us to council discussion, and that's where we really start discussing the millage rate. And if there's additional questions that you think of now that you've heard the staff presentations and might have a little bit of an opportunity to absorb some of the information, maybe you'll think of questions that you'll bring back tomorrow, and we can go through those as well. Ultimately, it's a millage rate discussion that we're looking for so that we can take the next step and prepare a budget with that council direction.
Okay. All right. So with that being said, then do we have a list of the 501c3s that are already signed up to come on Friday? Do we know how many?
I think there's 14.
14?
Stephanie, you have the list. Is it 14?
Oh, wait a second. We also, this is, I don't remember any of this. Maybe I'm in La La Land or something, but we had devised a scoring system. I'd like to refresh on that, and I'd like to look at the charities. I mean, this is sort of, I feel it's coming out of left field. I didn't know anything.
Well, we're not going to vote on it. It's a workshop.
No, not Friday. I'm talking about the charities coming
Friday,
in.
not tomorrow, Friday.
Yeah, okay. Well, we finished early. I appreciate the opportunity to reflect on what we've learned today, tonight, and then tomorrow.
We're talking two different things.
But but that leaves opportunity for what you want to do.
No, you're missing the whole thing.
The applications for funding support, yes, they are being distributed to council. Staff did develop a scoring sheet for council members to score each of the respective presentations. That was sent out to council by way of email. We asked for feedback. We asked for confirmation that everyone was on board with that. And that's a while back. That's not like in this week or last week. It's dating back, because what we heard in terms of feedback from the last time these presentations took place was that it was rather chaotic and people didn't understand what they were supposed to do, how they were supposed to do it. So the process that we outlined for council and distributed was that we were going to schedule them to come and provide presentations to council about the request. There was a scoring sheet that was produced that we distributed a template of also, and we'll have those available on Friday for council to score the respective presentations. And after that, prior to the presentation of the tentative budget, we will have taken those scores and assigned them according to the protocol that we distributed to council to make it more of a structured and clear process for the applicants.
Is this the same one we've had before, or is this you guys came up with a new scoring thing? Okay, I'm guilty, I didn't look at it, so.
Okay, Sharon, turn your mic.
Okay, Mike. Is this what we've done before, the old one, or you guys came up with a new scoring thing?
Let me how about this evening, we'll distribute it again and take a look at it and see whether it is what you're thinking it is or it's something else.
Okay.
We were of the impression that there wasn't a scoring mechanism last time based on the feedback we received from applicants and people who had expressed confusion about how the decisions were made. So the effort was made on staff side to improve that process and make it to where the applicants coming understood that they're applying, that they're doing a presentation, and that council would then score those presentations and allocations would be awarded accordingly.
Okay,
So we'll
do
research.
we have a time structure? And then Elizabeth's got a question, but a time, how many minutes do each 501c3 have, Lisa, do we know?
Is it 5 minutes?
Yes.
5 minutes, yes.
5 minutes,
not to
okay.
exceed
All right.
10.
Elizabeth?
So presumably they would have filled out an application, and then also I'm thinking that they filled out a report as to what they accomplished with the money that they received last year.
The agenda for that, it's for day 3, it's all online. The applications are on there as well, if y'all wanted to review those.
So I'm sure that no one is reading those because nobody here gets theirs online, and I didn't actually know that that was the agenda. So, I mean, don't you want that prior to the meeting?
Helpful.
Yeah, could we get those?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think Henry and Buddy know that because they're talking. So look, just to be what Lisa just said is that on Friday, 14 people are coming to make a presentation, and they're going to, sometime between now and Friday, you've got to find the time, they're going to print out the reports from these groups if they got money last year and what they did to spend that money, and a reapplication for new funds. And there's going to be a scoring sheet, which, I mean, I would think we'd get these tomorrow. I kind of got it busy. And then we are going to hear their presentation and score when? At that night?
No, you guys can score as you go, but we'll collect them and process them after the meeting. It's not done live in the moment.
And tomorrow, or Fridays is noticed as a workshop, so there won't be any decisions that can be made. It's just a workshop.
No, Henry had a question because he was confused a little bit. He just was asking about, he thought it was the comp plan thing, and I just explained to him that it wasn't. Yeah.
That's different.
I thought I gotta say, Henry, I thought anyway. Okay, so actually then, back to that other question of, I would really like an agenda tomorrow so that we don't have to have the confusion about public comment, and we have some flow of this meeting. Otherwise, we're all just gonna, I anticipate it being very messy.
We will spiral into chaos?
Yes,
Is
we
that
will.
your fear?
Yes, and then you will have to bring me a white napkin so that.
Listen, this thing came in really handy
Yes,
tonight.
it did. And
I think we should all be issued
yes,
one.
I wouldn't mind one tomorrow.
All right,
So
well,
can we do
we
that?
had a great meeting tonight. I think, is there anything else that we need to discuss?
Yes.
What?
Can we have an agenda? Would you like an agenda?
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Could
Sure.
we create an
Absolutely.
agenda?
Well, we have an agenda, first of all, but we can update it and create a new one because,
Yes.
again, what was happening here is we were not yet contemplating that this would have gone all the way through to the end today. In fact, all of us thought there would be more questions and time taken on each department. So we went through so fast that we got to the end of the agenda. So we can produce another one that will contain additional information, and we're happy to do that.
Okay, can we make sure we do have a time for public comment on there, Mr. Cole, as well? Okay.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Lisa. Thank all you staff, for your department heads and everything, for your time, for staying here this long, and Van for staying here this long, and Jerry, and, the deputy, everybody that's here. It's a team effort. So, anyways, thank you. If there's nothing else, do I hear an adjournment here? Okay.